Yeah, attention in the pavilion. If you are old and obnoxious and wearing a maroon pullover, please back away from the ringside immediately. Please back away, young man. You. We don't like you. Could you leave, please? Nope, not kidding. That's what you get for texting me, telling my beard is getting grayer. Okay, I can't help it that the Just for Men didn't work this time. Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, my 8 o'clock alarm just went off. That means it's time to rise. If you would, please face our American flag. Miss Brooklyn Wicks will be delivering the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Nice job, Brooklyn Wicks from Allison, Iowa. We're ready to get this party started. Same as yesterday. Steers on my side, heifers on the other. Big classes, one more friendly reminder. One exhibitor, one helper in the makeup areas today. Zero tolerance. Well, over on the steer side, we are all crossbreds all day long. And starting out over on the heifer side, we are Angus. He's ready, guys. He's ready. Good morning. Did you write that on there? Once again, I'll be telling you about the judges today here in a little bit, but on the heifer side, watching them come in, Mr. Brandon Machado and Mr. Brady Denson. I'll give you their bios here in a second. On the steer side, Mr. Mark Kopus and Corey Thompson. Good to have them back. Everything went incredibly smooth yesterday. The judges last night couldn't say enough good about the staff here at the Iowa Beef Expo Junior Beef Breed Show, how smooth it ran, and let's try and duplicate that today. Let's try and duplicate that today.
We've got a nice calf to start this class and a crossbred show, a calf that's pretty easy to find, just really complete. He ties everything together that Corey and I kind of talked about yesterday. He's got some body to him, and soundness is good, level and square, and I mean, just really complete, and I think kind of puts everything together. If we were going to change him maybe in comparison to the calf in second, that I'd give the advantage. He's a little sharper right in his chin, but a calf that for the amount of product he has, really nice. The next calf really closely follows this one in terms of the type and kind. A calf that is a little shorter couple maybe than the one that wins, sharper in his neck. He's sharper right in his jaw. And we like that about him. Steer that in comparison, the difference that we see is we'd like to raise him up in his pins and level him out in his hip, but a nice calf. The next calf, black and white one, I guess when it kind of comes down to it in comparing him to the first two, we felt like he's got a little more substance to him. He's a little fuller in his forerib, a little fuller down his back, and got just a little more product in him, and still maintains some soundness and balance from the profile. Has lost some hair and makes him look a little tougher, but really in terms of a calf, in terms of his balance and his completeness, really nice. The next calf, good profile calf that balances up good, just gets a little flatter, a little more narrow coming out of his withers and back into his top. Maybe not quite the substance of bone as the three above him, but a really nice steer. The next steer, steer that has got some really nice things about him. He's a steer that probably needs some time, but he's really level and square and balanced, and we like the way his neck comes out in comparison to some of the other, and he's just got a little more substance to him when we get behind him and look at him and compared to these others coming. The next young lady's calf, a calf that's real complete and balanced, and has a nice look from the side. Just like to see him with a little more bone, a little more substance to him to compete with the ones above him. The next couple of steers, some steers that are just a little harsher in their design, a little harder made, and maybe just need a little more product from end to end, but a nice class of steers to start the crossbred show off with. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, you guys brought us the heat here on the first class of the morning. They were coming in, and Brandon and I were talking, and we liked this one, that one, and really these top four, they hit us really, really good in terms of their first impression, and we had to dive in to some of those fine details to sort it, and really you get on through this class, and there's really good cattle. The top two are our favorites. They're a little different in spots, and I don't know if we got a perfect one. But I think they're very, very excellent. The heifer that wins on the standstill, I think she edges the heifer in second. In terms of heaviness of structure, she's a little bigger footed, a little stouter boned as you study her all the way to the surface. I think both cattle are really good in terms of their head and neck shape. This heifer's a little bigger scaled and longer bodied in general. I also think she ties her neck in higher to the top of her shoulder. I don't know if she's thinner about her neck. I think that's a discussion maybe for a later date. I don't know which one holds that advantage. I think this one's chest is more apt to stay in her later in life as she's pushed on into a bred. And I think when you get right behind the cattle, she's got more trueness to her pins. As you watch the cattle go, I don't know if either one of them are perfect structured, but this one tracks longer strided with a little more base width and a little square in her hock. Maybe she could be a little more put together in motion as she goes. This young lady's heifer is just a sweetheart, is the best way to describe her. Just kind of captivating in terms of her maternal look. I think her rib cage shape is undeniable. Her comfort of spine and tailhead is excellent in terms of, her upper lines. The thing that confuses me as I transition to the surface, it's a little bit of a finer featured heifer, and I kind of identified her as cute structured. When she goes directly away from you, just her hock to her rear foot and how she tracks to her base isn't quite as true, isn't quite as comfortable. I just wonder how she does later on when she gets heavier, bigger in weight. Does she maintain all of her lines that she does right now as a heifer calf? Man, she's undeniable in terms of her presence, her quality, and her maternal image. Love the cowiness of this heifer in third. She fit this top group just in terms of refinement, body shape, It's going to make an ultra low maintenance cow for the young man. Structure's a little finer than the heifer even just in front of her. I think when you get behind the cattle, she needs blown open in terms of her rib cage and pins, just a little flatter, but very beautiful to look at. Maybe going to be a little moderate to small when it's all said and done. The heifer that comes forth is one that I told the young lady here as we got done evaluating this class, you know, this summer, next fall, this heifer could beat these couple in front of her. Today, she's a little tentative on the move, raising her spine. I think it's a product of the fact that she's twists those front 2 feet out, doesn't motor quite as good out of her shoulder. But Brandon said it best, this is a breeding piece. She's got the most shape of muscle and upper rib cage shape. She's got the most pin width and muscle running down her hip. I still think her hind leg operates good. I just wish we could see more smoothness to that shoulder and enable her to move better in her top line. We got 2 heifers that are a little too advanced for me here next. They're heavyweight, they're heavy conditioned, and they need some structural changes to their front skeleton. You appreciate their body mass and their performance for this stage in the game. Another heifer that was kind of the same story, a little heavier structured, wider pin kind of female. You can see even these young May heifer calves, she's got some jiggle back in her underline, down to her udder. She needs to be fresher for us. She's heavy structured, and she's relatively cowy at first impression. Another heifer that's bold and stout, I think, young lady, you got an Angus female that can really add some muscle in the next generation, needs to be sounder for us. You got a neater neck, smoother shouldered one that probably just runs out of gas in terms of stretch and performance. And then a heifer that counters her here at bottom in terms of just stretch, length, and refinement. She needed to be leveler in terms of the way she handled her pin bones on the go.
As we get into this second class of crossbred steer that we're going to lead off with, just in terms of a quality build standpoint, just simply dominates this class. Really good-footed, big-footed individual, square built, just got a really good build to him. You know, if we're going to change him a little bit, just maybe stouten him up and level him up as he goes out of his pins when you set him in motion. But that's an awful good built calf, wins this class very handily. The calf in second is another one that just from a structural standpoint and skeleton standpoint, we really like. Calf that gets around and goes very well off of both ends. One that just doesn't have the meat and muscle, power and width that one does right ahead of him, but a calf that we sure like the general utility of. The Baldy calf that comes next, young man here, with the sharp-looking gray sweater on. Told him I really liked that sweater. I wished I had one. This Baldy calf, boy, got a lot of muscle. He's got the muscle that the one in second needed. Like that about him, big-footed, big bone. Where we'd change this one, we'd level him up out of his hip, change him in his top line, kind of how he ties together in the center of his back. But a big bone, thick-ended, big-bodied calf for that young man. Really stylish and eye-appealing calf, this wild-colored black and white one this young lady brings to us. Big-bodied, very attractive when she gets him set up. Calf that just needs more meat and muscle, just more shape, especially down through that lower stifle to get on up any higher. Boy, the long neck, cobra-necked one here is this one that comes next. Boy, that neck just flies out of his shoulder blades. We love that about him. One that when you set him in motion gets a little nervous, gets a little high in his top line, maybe just doesn't handle them back legs with quite enough coordination to get on up any higher. But simply from a front 1/3 standpoint, yeah, as good as any of them in the class, no doubt about it. Real useful kind of calf here comes next, this young lady's white calf. Another one from the side, gives you a striking pose, just really put together very correctly in terms of his type and kind of cattle he represents. One that we just wish was heavier muscled, stouter made from nose to tail. That would propel him a place or two in this class. Black steer that comes next, real good haired calf, one that he's got the muscle. He should have been up a little higher just according to looking at his muscle, no doubt about it. But we'd change him when he stands there, as you look at him from the side right now, that off-show side leg, you'd just like to see him with a little bit more flexibility in that back pastern and rear leg. If he has that, he's real good, but we just got to manage that to get him on up any higher. Then we round the class out with the biggest frame, longest sided calf of the class, no doubt about it, but it kind of works to his disadvantage because it kind of takes away from his depth of body, his width of base, and just his total dimension. Really good class of crossbred steers.
All right, guys. I said it last night. I've said it once or twice this morning, and they're really serious. Only one person with the exhibitor and calf in the makeup area. Only one person. Well, over on the heifer side, placings for the first class of the day, Class 301 Angus Heifers, first place, Brooklyn Curtin, Oxford, second to Maya Curran of Sheraton, third to Brady Clinworth of Walker, fourth to Keegan Mather of State Center, fifth to Lauren Phillips of Centerville, sixth to Janie Ferrari of Dayton, seventh to Kara Collison, Kara Collison of Lake City, eighth to Lauren Zabel of Kellogg, and ninth to Adelaida Ebersol of Kellerton.
Well, I get out here, and this is my first class of the day, and I think it's definitely one that glad I had my morning coffee, because I think there's some quality that runs quite a ways down our lineup here. And with that, I think there is one heifer that the minute she walked in and we seen the others, we kind of figured that she was going to be our class winner, and that's the Young Man's Here. I just think that one is so intriguing in terms of just her striking look about her front end, one that's still incredibly bold, lots of true pin width and shape in that one. Just a really striking one that's good in her feet and legs. We could maybe just clean her up a touch there at the point of her shoulder relative to how she transitions there into her forerib, but that's nitpicking one that's awfully, awfully nice. Young Man's Heifer in second. When he stops and gets that one's head up, that one has a deadly look from the side. Really up-headed, lots of rib shape in that one as well. And our discussion in 2 and 3, when you get into these, I just think she has more refinement there about her head and her neck. She's a little bolder to the turn to her upper cage. And when you get directly behind the cattle, I think pin width and true dimension lend to her advantage. That's a really nice one there in 2. Young Lady's Heifer in 3 is one that when you see one like this come into a class, you probably don't think you're going to end up putting third, because that one is really good in her own right. Balance, proportions, feet and leg quality, really good in this one. We have to get nitpicky on her in such a tight top end. Maybe just her head we could refine ever so slightly. And in a comparative sense, we get behind those top 3, she probably just gives up just a shot of pin width and true power and spread when we get behind the cattle. A Young Man and Heifer in 4th, I really like this one at the standstill. I think she's got some length to her front end. This one's pretty stout in terms of her structure and good in her lines. We set the cattle in motion. She probably tends to just get up there in her spine and duck those pins and just get a shade uncoordinated off her rear too. But that's an awfully good looking one from the profile that has some feature, has some look about her. The heifer that comes out here next, this is a moderate, really big rib, kind of an easy keeping one that still has some length of front end, maybe one that's just getting a little further along in terms of condition and fat cover. She doesn't just throw that neck up at the top of her shoulder blade. The heifer we come over here next, big, high-performing one that's got some stoutness, maybe just isn't as elegant about her neck and shoulder shape. We could give her a shot more bone to compensate for her extra power. She works up high. Really bold, productive one. Need to just see her a little more refined there about her head and shoulder. The Young Man's Heifer, here's one you like for having some upper rib cage, one that has some muscle. Just got to free her up on the go. And then we conclude with a really functional kind of a heifer. She just kind of runs out of gas from a performance and power and feature standpoint.
All right, let's get you current over on the heifer side. Class 302, Angus Heifers, placings first place. Reese Thorson of Knoxville, second to Tanner Curtin of Oxford, third to Sidney Loverin of Clarksville, fourth. Silas Koenig of Pleasantville, fifth to Olivia Johnson of Prohl, sixth to Bryn Nickel of Clearfield, seventh to Grant Hammond of Tiffin, eighth to Kyler Wade of Homestead, and ninth to Tate Harris of Waverly. That was placings for the second class of Angus heifers, class 302. Currently in the ring, 303. And let me catch you up over on the market side in the crossbred steer division. First class of the day, class 401, crossbred steers. First place, Riley Steffes, Nevada. Second to Braden Smalley of Nevada. Third, Ashton Hagen of Anita. Fourth, Brenna Hageman of Kalmar. Fifth to Blake Reynolds of Earlham. Sixth to Alyssa Graber of Wayland. Seventh to Maverick Brown of Seymour. Eighth to Nathan Nab of Loudon. And ninth to Jillian King of Nevada. Placings for the second class of crossbred steers, class 402. First place, Carson Reek of Creston. Second to Taylor Holverson of Sioux Center. Third to Jacob Rinkob of Mobile. Fourth to Elizabeth Feinling of Royal. Fifth to Hannah Peck of Birmingham. And sixth to Briley Means, Villisca. Seventh to Addison Seidelman of Linden.
Couldn't have two cattle more different here at the top end, and you could say what you may about either way here. Just depends on where you put your preference and priority. Structure for us is going to reign supreme, and the heifer that wins, smoother shouldered, actually has a slope to her shoulder and knee. Then she can utilize it and reach off of her front end. She's plenty flat, needs more muscle, not wide enough, but she's pretty looking and sound structured. We think as you look at the cattle on down the road, that's the heifer that's going to make the better yearling. The heifer that comes in second, certainly today is more advanced in her condition. She's bigger bodied because of that. She's got more muscle down her top to her hip and down through her stifle. Standing there, you kind of think that's a good cow prospect. Then you ask her to go, and you just like to see that long-toed heifer go with more comfort. Wants to get pretty ouchy up front, just needs to be sounder, but she's bold, big-ended, and powerful. The heifer that comes next, long-bodied, level hip, good hind-legged kind of heifer that needs more quality up front, a little deeper about her neck and chest. I think if you were trying to make a combination call from her shoulders back, she could maybe fit that top group. I just don't think she hits you with the quality to be in that discussion from the get-go. The heifer that comes next, young lady's got a long-strided, deep-bellied heifer that's got a little excessive glue there in her underline. It's a little distracting, but she's long and level in her top line and neat in her neck shape. Just looks a little bit one-dimensional relative to her depth as you watch that heifer go away. Heifer that concludes the class, probably the boldest-bodied heifer of this final trio. She just needs more coordination to her lower joint work.
Another really nice class of crossbred steers here. We got some give and take in these top three. We kind of shuffle them around a little bit. I think the steer that we end up winning with, I think he's just the most complete in terms of his structure and the way that he moves, in terms of his balance and his body and the substance that he has. In comparison to him and the steer that's second, we'd like to see him just a little leveler and square out his hip. But I think the advantage he has over the steer in second is he's a little more fluid in his movement, for sure better on those back two legs and the way that he sets down, but just a really nice complete steer. The next steer, we like his length, his balance, his correctness. We like the levelness of hip on him and a really high quality calf. I mean, he's nice, for sure leveler hip than the one that wins. We struggle just a little bit with him on his pasterns and the way that he sets them. It's not bad. He's just a little bit tight on them, but a really, really complete calf. The calf that we moved from first to third isn't cooperating with this young lady very good today, and when he fights the halter, he wants to hop up in his back, and he's a little bit tough to look at and wants to fight her and get a little bit tight moving and a little bit bound up, but a calf that's really more like the steer probably that wins the class in terms of his body and chunkiness. We'd just like to see him drop down on his back. This next young man's silver calf, a little bit of a rough-haired calf. Corey and I was talking out here, and I know this doesn't mean anything to anybody here, but this calf would make a really nice slick shear calf for our shows down south. Really complete, really square and level. Turns his front feet just a little bit at times. Right here he's not too bad, but just overall completeness and depth of body and just quality of the calf is nice, I think. The next steer, a lot like him, big-bodied, square, lots of bone. Steer that just gets a little plainer up in his shoulder and his neck, right at the bottom of his chest, and wants to be just a little shorter couple, but a calf that's got a lot of meat in him, a lot of good things. The next black calf the young lady's got, we really like the balance and the eye peel of him. The steer's really level and square, really big in his back and his hip. He just gets a little straighter on both ends, wants to be just a little more stiff in his hock, and we'd like to give him a little more rib shape. The next young man's steer most definitely got more bone and maybe a little more substance all the way through. Just gets a little harsher up in his forerib and his shoulder to be moved up today, but a really nice class of crossbred calves.
Placings over on the steer side. Final class, Division I Crossbreds, Class 403. First place, Morgan Will, Wyota. Second, Kai Curran of Sheraton. Third, Michaela Downing of Orient, 4th to Trevor Riceberg of Harris, 5th to Anna Anderson, Mount Pleasant, 6th to Nadine Klafke of Alden, and 7th to Aiden Tolsfrud of Decorah. Now entering the ring, your 3 class winners that will be in contention, and reserves and seconds that will be in contention for Champion Division 1 Crossbred Steer. Once again, out of class 401, first class, that's Riley Steffes Nevada. Out of class 402, second class, Carson Reek of Creston. And out of the third class, that's Morgan Will of Wyoda. Let me catch you up over on the Heifer side, class 303 placings here in the Angus division. First place, Claire Ballinger of Moravia. Second to Cadence Hansen, West Branch. Third to Carly Manternack of Cascade. Fourth to Jordan Johnson of Fort Dodge. And fifth to Thea Zidlicki of Decorah.
Got a really nice trio of them here on the Angus Heifer side, and the one that wins, I think, surfaces for us. Probably not one that just jumps out and just grabs you in any one particular area. I just think the totals of her balance, and especially when we set the cattle into motion, I think she's the most attractive and the most coordinated in her structure. And when compared to that heifer in second, just her ability to get some reach out of her front end, set back in her knee, and just take a long square stride up front. She probably isn't just the widest underneath and maybe just the most powerful. And maybe if you like some of those traits of the heifer in second, I could certainly see that. This one is striking, and if you study some parts and pieces of her, she probably is the most unique about the way she gets her head and her neck out of the top of her shoulder. I think one that's built nicely in terms of her hip and her hind leg. But when we get that one in motion, she's just a little too upright for us, and her shoulder, she wants to come over there in her knee relative to her front foot, and I'd just like to tweak that there. If we could change that, I think she wins this class pretty handily for us. Nice kind of a cow prospect in third. I think just a good, functional, big, broody one that I think has some real power to go along with it. We set her into the mix there in the top 3, and maybe just a little extra navel and chest doesn't allow her to balance quite as nicely from the profile, but I think a good, functional cowy one that sits there in third. Heifer in 4 comes out, and that's one that's really bold in terms of her rib shape, one that certainly has some extra power to go along with it. Maybe one that's just a little smaller, a little chubbier today. If we could free her of some fat there in her front third and just give her a shot more size in future from a maturity standpoint, I think that one could work up the lineup. Young man has a nice heifer, and the bottom 2 of them, I think her extra refinement and just ability to utilize her shoulder and knee a little more coordinated is what gets her over the next one. A big, stout, powerful one, really stout in terms of the way she's constructed at the surface. We just got to get that one going a little more mobile, see her get a little leaner there in terms of her condition.
As we get in here to the first division of crossbred steers over here on the steer side, We got three, I think, really good class winners out here. I guess as Mark and I see them, you know, this first and second class, we sure see some quality and some intangibles to use to make market steers in those two cattle. But the power, no doubt about it, was obviously in that last class of this division. We're going to use the young lady's yellow tag steer right there. He'll be your champion in this division.
Your champion Division I Crossbred, that's coming out of Class 403 and going to Miss Morgan Will of Wyota. Coming into contention, Kai Curran Sheraton.
And like I said before, you know, that was the power class. The easy thing to do is to just go ahead and follow it up with the tall boy right ahead of me. Second out of that class, you'll be reserve in this division.
And your reserve coming right out of the same class. That's Kai Curran Sheraton. Once again, champion Division I Crossbred steer Morgan Will, Wyota, reserve Kai Curran of Sheraton. Over on the Angus Heifer side, Class 304 placings. First place, Katie Collison, Lake City. Second to Addison Bruggeman of Paulina. Third to Jillian Moffett of Colfax. Fourth, Mariah Steenhard of Mason City. Fifth to Austin Foss of Northwood. And sixth to Jalen Heinz of Polk City. That was placings for Class 304 Angus Heifers.
We think tremendously high quality class, good cattle through and through, top three, maybe four cattle you can really discuss and talk about. To us, as soon as they hit the ring, we were grabbed the hardest by these two. The 1 and 3rd kind of fought our way into the discussion. As you evaluate these cattle, nose to tail, bottom to top, better brood cow prospect is going to surface. Young lady's heifer could be just a shot slimmer. She's a little wrinkled in her neck, maybe just a little thicker in that neck as it ties into her shoulder, but she's got a decided advantage in foot shape, shoulder shape, just the way she sets and travels to her hind leg. All that enables that one to be a better spine, better tail-headed heifer. Probably like her underline shape and her mid-body shape as good as we've seen in the Angus breed to this point so far. Just a really nice, solid class winner in this group that hits all the right pieces in terms of fundamentals of structure and body. Kind of the cool one, the freaky one, I guess, in terms of bone and width is the heifer in second. Some people that are maybe trying to stouten some Angus up and make them wider and heavier muscled, this is probably the one that you're wanting to do so on. For me, and for Brandon, she needs more slope to her shoulder. She needs more reach out of her hock, and consequently, she kind of just throws them front to outside herself as she goes up front. But boy, she's highly presented. She's maxed out. She's stout. She's powerful. Just a really nice cow in terms of body and refinement, moderation in the heifer that comes next. Really highly presented kind of female that's just no holes in terms of her cow function. We get to the Iowa Beef Expo. Them two are real good and high quality. This one's a little finer featured. She doesn't want to set her neck quite as nice out of the top of her shoulder design. And the big bellied heifer will get a little easy topped and her tail heads fit a little high. Just throws her balance off in terms of her lines up high. Then you get one that counters her here in fourth. Young lady's not getting the opportunity to show herself off quite as good. The heifer's probably just being a little antsy out here today, but good top. There's the right kind of muscle down that heifer's top. She holds it right whether she's standing or going. She just needs to be a little better as you study her to the ground. A little bit frailer featured, a little bit tighter moving. Young lady's heifer comes next, is probably one of the performance-oriented, big-scaled, long-bodied kind of critters in the class. She just needs to motor better in terms of her skeleton. Next pair of heifers, a little different, both big-bodied, a little lower to the ground. Both could probably use just a little different set there to their hip and hind leg to have the right kind of coordination and balance to slide up and play with those other cattle on top.
We got another pretty logical place to start here. A steer that just excels the others in terms of substance and bone. And when you get up on him, really a big old square hip and a lot of width, and maintains that width down in through his stifle. And got enough body, I think. Probably it's just adequate, but you really like the balance. It gives you a really nice look from the side, and when you get off of him, he's really well proportioned. Every once in a while, I guess if we're going to be critical on him, he gets up in his back just a tick, but it's not bad. Really nice, high quality calf. The next calf in second, a calf that's just a little chubbier, a little soggier, more of a fat steer looking calf that given up some frame today and definitely given up some muscle, but we have to appreciate the durability and the softness of this calf, and he still maintains some balance enough that matches his conformation that I I think it's okay, and his structure's sure good, and that's where he needs to go. The next calf probably got more product in him for sure, more width in his pins, a little more shape to him. But when this young man gets him stopped, his profile's okay. He wants to get a little wide on the front end and toe out just a bit, and kind of makes him open up and a little coarser in that shoulder. But a calf that's got some meat in him and some balance, and you have to appreciate it. The next three calves coming, the black and white calf just has a distinct advantage in terms of soundness and probably a little more width naturally from end to end. But three steers here that just need a little more muscle, a little more shape to be moved up. They get a little flatter, a little bit harsher in their design, but a nice class of cattle. Let's give them a round of applause.
Another extremely deep group of them here in the Angus Heifer show, and the one we find just surfaces from a quality and presence standpoint. When this young man gets that one parked and gets her put together, this one's balance, look, and proportions are extremely good from the side. One that's good in terms of just having some extra bone. I think when we get her in motion, I think she's plenty good in terms of her shoulder and knee. I think she's got an attractive posture to her hind leg at the standstill. Maybe when we get her scooting in motion, if we could get those rear toes trimmed up and just open them up and get her to set down a little better, then I think we have one that is an outstanding one. Not that she isn't, they just need to modify that and get her fixed there, and then I think we got a really good one on our hands. Really moderate cowy one in second, really bold-bodied, one that certainly has some power to go along with that. When we study her front third of her body, maybe one that's neck's just hooked up a little lower into her shoulder, maybe gets a little bolder there to the front portion of her body. I'd say the biggest thing for us, we got to lean that one up and just get her to travel within her body wall when we step behind the cattle. The young lady's heifer in third, one that I like, her extra length of body, one that I think's good in terms of having some spring of rib, maybe amongst these top couple, just not as long and as extended, maybe one that just gets a little uncoordinated when we get directly behind them in motion. The young lady's heifer that comes next, one that certainly has some power and some dimension. I just like to give her a little more sweep to her flank relative to her chest floor, lay her back there in her shoulder and push her back there through her knee. A nice functional, useful kind of a heifer that comes next. One that in terms of feet and leg qualities may be as good as some of the better ones up in this particular lineup. Just from a balance and aesthetic standpoint, a little looser skin through her throat latch and chest floor. Maybe one that's a little lower there to her pin set. Nice heifer though, just need to fix a few minor things to get her moved up the lineup. Young lady's heifer's one that's ultra round bodied, one that has an up-headed look. Just got to free that one up and deepen her to the center portion of her body cavity. Young man brings one that has some striking look and certainly has some refinement. Maybe takes some refinement a little far in terms of just the way she's constructed there in her jaw line, and accordingly, she's not just the stoutest and widest constructed one. The heifer that comes next is really moderate, low input kind of a brood cow, really good in terms of forerib shape and good through her heart girth. We just got to get that one with a little more size, make her a little leaner and neater there about her front third. Young man brings a nice heifer in this class, really big-bodied, one that should make a nice cow for him down the lineup. Probably not just maybe as attractive as some of the others ahead of him. Like to square her up as she goes to the surface off her rear foot. And then the young lady has a nice, moderate one. That one's really good in terms of just upper spring of rib. Just from a balance standpoint, we'd like to clean her up there in her shoulder, lengthen her and level her through her hip, and just give her some more bone. Young man that concludes the class has one that has some stoutness of feature, one that's got some roundness to her upper body. Just needs to get a little more performance, power, and just loosen that one up.
All right, let me catch up over on the heifer side. Placings for class 305, Angus heifers, first place. Sloan Curtin, Oxford, second place to Hunter Anderson, Algona, third. Micah Weaver of Doherty, fourth to Grace Sheets of Mount Pleasant, fifth to Riley Davis of Corden, sixth. Lauren Zabel of Kellogg, seventh to Dana Shires of Corning, and that's it. Sixth to Lauren Zabel, seventh to Dana Shires. That was your placings for class 305. Placings for class 306. First place, Reese Thorson, Knoxville. Second to Bree Barrier of Neola. Third to Lauren Phillips of Centerville. Fourth to Chloe Rogers of Iowa City. Fifth to Brady Quinworth of Walker. Sixth to Cammie Havel of LeClaire. Seventh to Brady Werner of Williamsburg. Eighth to Bree Barrier of Neola. Ninth to Blaine Heck of West Liberty, and 10th to Brooklyn Steffen of Wyoda. Also 11th to Nathan Whitaker of Letts. Placings for class 306. Over on the steer side, places class 404, first place Cameron Heemstra, Knoxville. Second to Trey Goretzka of Corden. Third, Drew Tuttle. Winner set fourth, Lars Smith of Wayland. Fifth to Riley Hemmingson of Trainer. And sixth to Ethan Timmis of Mechanicsville. I'll start telling you now at the end of the day. At the end of the day, 30 minutes after the last ring shuts down, 30 minutes after the last ring shuts down, breeding heifers will start first this year in the Supreme Drive. So 30 minutes after the last ring shuts down, we will start the Supreme Drive for the breeding heifers. And yes, if you haven't looked outside, the snow is here.
Sure got three solid ones here to lead off this class. We are very comfortable with the place we start with in this silver calf here. Boy, just as good a looking calf as you could make up through his front 1/3. Huge body, tons of muscle. You know, if we're going to get just a nickel critical on him from the side, you know, reaches and goes good off both ends, no problem. Get behind him just a little bit. You could square his hock up just ever so slightly, but a calf from a muscle, look, balance, quality, he's got it. He wins the class easily. After that, there gets to be some give and take. We switch second and third here. This second calf, he's one, we love the way he moves. Just super agile, floats across the ring. Here's one we would just like to soften a bit in terms of his center body and flank. Then he'd give that one right ahead of him all he wanted. We love the foot and the bone and just the overall softness of that calf. In terms of his structure, we just like to do that same softness to his rib shape. The silver calf that comes next, he's one the young man sets him up. Boy, he gives you a strike and pose. We thought that calf was the one to run second there for a little bit. We walked him again. He wants to just paddle ever so slightly off his front end. He's a little straighter shouldered kind of a calf. We just like to change that front end assembly on that one to get him on up into the first hole. Next calf comes, we just think this one's the next best just in terms of build and design. Really good profiling calf, just not enough product and sheer muscle in that calf to get on up in those top three. Going to be a great project for that young lady though. Same way with this motley face baldy here. Just a very nice balanced calf, very complete, good in his feet and legs, big-footed calf. He just runs out of steam out here as you compare him to them, the ones on the top, that trio on the top end of this class. Now this next one, he does have the muscle, no doubt about it. Huge backed, really expressively muscled down in those lower stifle. This is one that just gets a little gingerly off his back end as he sets to the ground. You'd just like to square him up and just relax him in terms of his build to get him on up any higher. Silver calf, big stretchy, growthy calf, sure needs a few more days on feed, and even beyond the condition that he lacks today, just probably doesn't have the sheer width from nose to tail that those on up the lineup do. Then big frame, long-sided one here that rounds out. You just like to square him up a whole bunch in terms of the way he goes off his back too, and just isn't as opened up and expressive as the cattle on up the line.
Let me remind you once again at home, liveauctions.tv is here broadcasting the show. If you have family at home would like to watch your youngster show, liveauctions.tv. Check out the updated results on the IJBBA website. Placings for Class 405 on the crossbred steer side. First place, Nick Reemsma of DeWitt. Second place to Saul Christensen Royal. Third to Trey Friday of Pleasantville. Fourth, Julie Fisher of Aliska. Fifth to Prisley Beard of Rhinebeck. Sixth, Morgan Meyer of Wayland. Seventh to Haley Henfling of Menburn. And eighth to Tatum Tucker. And whatever you do, don't look out the windows on the heifer side right now. It will not make you happy.
Boy, this was a lot of fun to get in and study these two cattle, and I think as you evaluate them, you could pick your favorite, and you could be pretty set about it. I think if you're an open-minded evaluator, you can say that both of those are elite. They're a little different, and maybe depending on where you put your preference, you may like a different one. We like both of them. I asked Brandon as we got to the end, I said, which one would you rather own? He said the first one. And I would have said the first one as well, and that's why we landed on her. I think there's some things and differences that we can get in and discuss. And to me, you know, we know the differences in these cattle. We think the differences just make it close. We don't think there's one that decidedly beats the other one in any area that you want to break them down in. The heifer that wins, she needs to be leaner, and she needs her feet trimmed up front. You get past that, and her body shape, muscle, hip, and hind leg is undoubtedly better than the heifer that's just behind her. She's so much truer in her forerib. She's actually bold in her upper rib cage shape, and she's better back into her flank. Right in behind the cattle, it's not close in terms of pin width, in terms of real muscle to her stifle. And her obvious advantage is when you ask the cattle to go, she actually utilizes reach and flex out of her hock. She sets down better in terms of her pastern, and she's more comfortable off of her hind leg. She's got more condition to her brisket. That front left foot needs to be just a little neater for us. We don't think look is really an advantage. There's maybe a leanness advantage here. I actually think when you get in and study their neck designs, you probably can't tell me which one's nicer. That one's slicked down more in her neck. I don't think she ties her neck as high as what this heifer does. This heifer's not as slender in her head and neck shape as it goes to her shoulder, but she's fatter, so it makes sense to me. I think if you melt them down, that's the bolder one that's got a better back leg, and that's why we use her to win. The heifer that's second, if you're just a profile judge and you're just drawing a pretty picture, this is the heifer that you're going to land on. She's going to take the better backdrop picture because she's leaner, she's cleaner chested. Outside of that, we didn't know where we could merit a switch, and I'm sure you can probably say, well, I just like her better because she profiles better, and I'm good with that. For us, once you ask that heifer to go, she's just a little tight structurally. She doesn't get out and go with the freedom and comfort that we ask for in elite cattle, but standing there balance-wise, presentation-wise, she's as good as they come. The heifer that comes in third is bold and stout. She's big-pinned and powerful and bold. She just needs to go better up front to compete with those top two, but we certainly admire her from a stoutness and power perspective. The heifer that comes in fourth, there's times that she looks like she could be a flush sister to those front two. She's big outlined, long-bodied, and loose-structured. You like the way she presents her neck out of the top side of her shoulder blade, and she reaches with motion underneath. She's just a little open in her shoulder, too concave in her forerib to have the right kind of quality as you step in behind her. The heifer that comes next, I actually admire this heifer a great deal. I think if you just like cattle built right structurally, feet, hock, pastern, shoulder, that heifer moves and motors as correct as any of them in here. Just hits you a little bit plain, not too plain for me, but a little plain for some. Heifer that comes next just needs more body and fill. Good in her top line. We could see more reach off of both ends.
Over on the heifer side, placings for class 307. First place, Madison Collison, Rockwell City. Second to Abry Belcher of Blakesburg. Third, Casey Crow of Sergeant Bluff. Fourth to Leona Manternack, Cascade. Fifth to Elise Engel of Colfax. And sixth to Kennedy Christ of Tipton. That was your placings for class 307. Angus heifers, class 308, currently in the ring.
Well, we get into some pretty deep water here in this top pair of them, and I mean, they're both awfully high quality cattle. They're substantially different, but I think when you study these cattle and their forerib shape, length of hip, and the way they can maintain their pin set and tail head in motion, I think this one does that and does that substantially better. This one is so attractive. She's fresh. I love the way she's designed in her rib cage. That one's awesome in terms of just the length and levelness to her hip. I like the build of her hind leg. I think that's an awfully good one that goes ahead and wins this class. One that does some really cool, unique things is the one in second. This one's probably as exotic in the way that she sends a skinny neck out of the top of her shoulder as any that we've seen. She's really nice there in the underlying balance that she possesses. One that's built good, I think, in terms of her hind leg. We get in front of those cattle at a front three-quarter view, maybe just doesn't piece quite as square behind her shoulder blade, not nearly as bold there from her shoulder to body cavity transition. And then when they're in motion, she just tends to drop her pin set and maybe get that hind leg tucked underneath herself ever so slightly. That was a pretty long-winded, nitpicky description I just said on one that I still think is an absolute creature in terms of the pieces that she puts together. Young man in third ran into kind of a buzzsaw here on the top pair. He brings us a really maternal one that's big and bold in her rib cage, one that's nice and level about her lines. Just probably need to set her back in her shoulder and knee a little bit, free her up when she gets out on the go. Young lady that brings one next, really big, high-performing one that's got some turn to her upper body shape. I'd probably just like to fix her there in her lower body balance, maybe pick her chest up and drop her back in her flank and just make her a little more attractive in the design of her hock and pastern. And then the one that rounds out, it's just a nice, moderate, easy-keeping kind that's functional. She's just a little smaller and low-performing, maybe a little further along relative to her size from a fat standpoint.
Just hold him right there. Got a really outstanding class of calves here. A lot of similarities, but a few minute differences that I think separate them. The young man's calf that we start the class with, in terms of presence and balance and the way his neck comes out of him with the amount of body and the shape and the width and the levelness that he has, he's just got a little bit sharper look to him when Corey and I get back off and look at him, and when you study him out of his hip and out those from his hooks to pins, a calf that's got just a little more width to him. Does he move as fluid as the calf in second? Probably not quite, but we think it's acceptable for the amount of quality that he has and the look that he has with all the power. The next calf definitely sets his back foot probably a little nicer, real comparable, real big bodied, good balanced, real complete. This calf to me, when we compare him to the steer in first, gets just a little deeper set in his neck, comes out of his neck good, but has just a little more depth right there. It's not bad, and he wants to kind of be just a little bit lower in his pins. When she gets him set, he looks really nice. On the move, it looks okay. Every once in a while, he wants to drop his hip, but really a good, high-quality calf, two really, really good calves. The next calf, kind of the oddball. He's a little bit more up off the ground, a little more extension to him, but along with that, he gets a little flatter in his forerib, a little flatter in his stifle. Got plenty of width up high, plenty of expression. Just be a deal of depending on how he feeds. Quality and balance and the way he moves is really nice, and we like that calf third. The next calf the young man has, a calf that's probably got a little more body to him, a little deeper, but just gets a little more upright on the structure on the front and his rear hind too, but a calf that has some substance to him and sure all right. The next calf, another calf, pretty similar, wants to get up in his back and up on his ankles a little bit, but still a calf that's got some balance and some meat and some substance to him. The young man's black and white calf next, no doubt, a lot of power to him, big hip, big top. Just wants to get a little easy in his back and sprawl out on us a little bit. Wants to open up there in his front shoulders and his front end to kind of give him some width that throws him off. The next three, I think we got some give and take. We got a young lady's calf here. It's got just a little more meat in him, a little more flesh and ability to him, a little softer made. Next calf, really complete, really balanced, just needs more body and more substance to him. And the last calf, a little longer, a little more balance to him, but a steer that just needs some more feed and time.
What a tremendous Angus show and a good heifer here to go ahead and start again. Young man's brought us two awfully nice heifers. This one rings true again, heavy structured, bold, powerful. You could change her in her shoulder and her knee and front feet, but a good looking, high quality heifer that I'd sure like to take home and build off of, because I think there's an awful lot of good parts and pieces. Fresh, bit mature maybe in her look, but a really nice heifer in terms of her length, her hind leg and things like that. I think it really becomes challenging here in 2, 3, 4, 5. Heifer that comes next probably just better embodies a brood cow in terms of moderation, body, pretty nice in terms of her structure. Maybe not the neatest at the point of her shoulder. Could be just a little bit nicer in terms of the shape of her foot. We could enhance her maybe in terms of the size of her foot. She's just got a little more quality look up front than the heifer that comes in third. Heifer that's third's cowy in her midrib. Probably a heifer that you like in terms of her refinement and the shape of her shoulder up high. She just wants to struggle a little bit in terms of the movement. Up front, a little tight in her loin and tail head. But good cattle in terms of length and body shape. High-performing heifer that's got a lot of weight per day of age that comes next. Tremendous in the arc and turn and springer rib that she has up high. Just wants to struggle too much as she comes to the surface for us. But good cattle if you're just wanting some performance and stretch. Heifer that concludes is sounder than the heifer that's just in front of her. Has more reach off of her back leg, maintains a better spine. But she just needs more stuff to her. She's a little flatter made. Gives up some weight per day of age in that bottom pair.
One more time on the steer side, specifically one exhibitor, one person with the exhibitor. They're going to start escorting you out, folks, if you don't abide by that. We need one person with one exhibitor per animal. Placings on the market steer side. Class 406, first place, John Vanderveen of Hartley. Second, Laney DeVries, Red Oak. Third, Jackson Schott of Tipton. Fourth, Cody Von Glahn of Vale. Fifth, Cash Hansicker, Nevada. Sixth, Casey Crosscuff of Ridgeway. Seventh to Olivia Osborne of Eli. Eighth to Phelan Hostetler of Kelowna. And ninth to Emery Miller of Woodbine. We're now selecting Champion Division II Crossbred steer right now.
We get out here in the second division of crossbred steers, much like the first, we're sure tickled pink with these three class winners that we're left with out here. Young man's black and white steer that comes out of the first class. Here's one that's probably the biggest outline calf out here, no doubt about it. Long hip, long-sided, we love that about him. Maybe not quite as opened up in terms of his lower rib cage as the two right behind him. Maybe not quite as explosive in terms of his muscle pattern, but a huge-footed, good-legged. We love the structure of this calf. We just like to add just a shot of muscle, just a shot of lower body. Boy, the really good fronted calf is this silver one here. Young man does as good a job of showing them as any. When he gets his head up and he's got that high tight ear set on him, it's pretty wild. Like to stuff his front end and hang it on a mantle above the fireplace at home. That's good stuff. We love that about him. He's a calf that has some muscle, got the squishy feet and legs. Maybe not quite as stout as that black one right behind him, but from a length standpoint and neck standpoint, we like that about him. Young man's black calf that come out of the last class, this is probably the deepest class that we saw in this division. This calf here for us is on the stand is very tough to put a hole in. Just very proportional from nose to tail in terms of how everything balances up. He's not just a freak, but he's just very, very solid all the way through his skeleton. Big-bodied. He's the heaviest muscled one that we've seen, I guess, in our minds in this division. If you're going to criticize him just ever so slightly, we'd just like to see him bend his hock just a smidgen more. But if you accept that his hock's good enough for you, boy, that one's tough to put a hole in for us. And we do deem his hock good enough. He's going to be your champion out of this division.
Pretty easy starting point, I think, over here in the Angus Heifer ring. One that just balances and just has more of an attractive look relative to her contemporaries. Maybe not the longest in terms of length of front end. I think her neck hooks up high. She's bold in her forerib and center body shape. One that I think has a nice long level hip. She's got an attractive build to her hind leg. If we're going to nitpick her a little bit, we could probably just free her of some fat there through her chest, maybe rock her shoulder back and give her some more comfort there and through her knee. But I think one that wins pretty handily in this particular class. After that, we kind of have some different shapes and sizes and fat condition things to sort through. And with that, I think just a nice, easy doing kind of a brood cow comes next. I think she's the second most functional, structured one in class. She's really bold and big in terms of her rib cage, one that's got some power. Maybe just need to give her a shot more size, make her a little more ladylike there about her head and shoulder shape, but I think a nice female there in 2. Then we kind of switch gears and come to one that's a little later maturing, one that's probably a little more elegant about her head and neck shape. She's just one that maybe just doesn't balance perfect in terms of her lower body. Her chest maybe sets parallel there with her flank. I like to tuck her up there, drop her through her center body, maybe just knock her tail head down. But I think relative to the set, female quality and functionality are what keep her up towards the top end of this particular class. Young lady brings a really stout, powerfully constructed one that's as wide and bold and muscular as we've seen. Maybe she just takes her width to the extreme a little bit up front, wants to get a little out on her elbow and twist those front feet in. We just need to lean that one up, smoothen her up, and give her a shot more size. And then we conclude the class with one that really plenty functional in her build, maybe not the most aesthetically pleasing there in her hind leg, but that one has some body shape, has some muscle, and will certainly go down the line and make a functional cow for this young lady.
When we get to looking at a reserve out here in this second division, it gets a little closer between the young man's silver steer and the young lady's black steer here in second. Boy, we just look like the genuine build of this black steer awful well. We think he was second in a very tough class. He's the logical choice for us for reserve in this division.
All right, Champion Division 2, Crossbred Steer, both coming, and Reserve, both coming out of Class 406. First place, John Vanderveen of Hartley. Second to Laney DeVries of Red Oak. Once again, Champion John Vanderveen of Hartley. Reserve, Laney DeVries, Red Oak. Well, let me take this time to tell you about the officials today over here on the steer side. The taller of the two, darker tan cap, that's Corey Thompson from originally from Wayne, Nebraska, where he was raised on his family's diversified livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Corey received his bachelor's degree in animal science from the University of Nebraska, where he competed on the livestock judging team. He also attended and competed for the livestock judging team at Northwest Community College. Corey is employed by 605 sires and donors and serves as their customer success representative. Corey and his wife Stacy have one son, Kai, who enjoys showing cattle and goats. The other young man is Mark Kopus out of Burke Burnett, Texas. He went to El Reno Junior College there in El Reno, Oklahoma, and graduated from Cameron University in Lawton, Oklahoma. With an animal science and ag ed degree, he's been involved in the show cattle business for 35 years. And as I said, lives right there in Burke Burnett, Texas. Couple guys that are actually old friends of mine, and couldn't thank them more for doing such a good job that they've done this year at the 2021 Expo. If you don't mind, folks, let's thank Mr. Corey Thompson and Mark Kopus here today. Big old round of applause. Over on the heifer side, Brady Jensen is one of the judges there, the taller of the two. He resides from near Brookings, South Dakota, with his wife Allie and daughter Kelly. He joined the faculty at South Dakota State University in 2017 and currently serves as their livestock judging coach. Brady serves as an assistant coach and completed his master's degree at Kansas State in animal science, focusing on the genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended and judged competitively at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels. In his collegiate coaching career, he has been on the coaching staff for 3 out of the last 6, that's 50%, 3 out of the last 6 high individuals at the national contest. Aside from coaching, Brady and Allie assist the family operation Jensen Brothers Herefords in Cortland, Kansas, while expanding their own operation, Jensen Cattle, which focuses on Hereford and Simmental-influenced cattle. The other judge on the heifer side, Mr. Brandon Machado. Brandon currently resides in Kellyville, Oklahoma, where he manages the Longacre and Hyatt ranches. He is also the owner of Machado Livestock and primarily raises Key, Maine, and crossbred cattle. Brandon grew up on a diversified operation in Winton, California, where he and his family ran commercial, purebred, and crossbred cattle. He began his livestock judging career at Modesto Junior College, later transferred to Kansas State University, where he studied animal science and competed on a successful judging team. Among his judging accomplishments at Kansas State, Brandon was high individual and a member of the champion team at the American Royal. On the heifer side, let's give our heifer judges a nice warm round of applause, please. And just like every other year, one more announcement. I know you're going to be asking me 30 minutes, 3-0 after the final class of the day, after the final selection of the last ring going of the day. We will start the Supreme Drive with the breeding heifers this year. Breeding heifers first, 30 minutes after the last class of the day.
What an incredible Angus division this has been. Put your hands together for these exhibitors, breeders, and those that got these Angus cattle ready. We've boiled it down to these three, obviously, and boy, I think there's a few heifers on the other side that you could say maybe you like a little better than a couple of these, and we're okay with that. We think these three, maybe a second to one of these three, is probably in a league that we think is elite. We think there's pieces that make them very useful for these young people as they return to their own operations to generate better Angus cattle again. We think probably what slides these three up is probably structure amongst this breed. And I know they're not perfect, but just their mobility and their freedom of movement of their spine is probably a decided difference that they have. We'll tell you what we see in these three, then we'll pick our champion, and we do think that you could probably pick yours, and we're not going to argue with you because I was just talking to Brad a little bit ago. You know, this division, a couple of them Simmental divisions yesterday had a lot of awesome cattle. A lot of cattle that I'd be proud to own and take home and build a herd around. There's a lot of competitive people out here that are busting their tail, whether it's the young people in the ring, those of you guys raising them or finding them. It takes an awful lot of work to get them to look this good. And there's a lot of folks that are trying as hard as you are and those next to you. And so just know, as you leave, a lot of people have good cattle. A lot of people have opinions, and we'll show you how we like them. The heifer that wins this first, I guess, class of the three we pulled out, her decided advantage over this entire breed show out here is her ability to function off of her hip and hind leg. I think a really good hipped, square-hipped, hook-to-pin, tail-headed heifer that's tremendous in the set of her hock and her pastern. She could have a skosh more depth of heel in relation to her toe length, but that heifer's probably got the most appropriate set to her pastern and the most useful set to her hock. I think that's a very good heifer in terms of angularity up front. She probably lets her neck come out of the top side of her shoulder as free and comfortable as any heifer out here in this lineup. She walks that way and she stands that way, and I've always been told and taught that loose structured livestock always win out in a show ring. They always win out in production, and that's why I think this one's got a tremendous upside, whether it's in the show ring or out raising cattle. Loose spine cattle are always more advantageous as you work through production. One thing I would change on this heifer, she may run downhill a skosh. As you study where her blades and chest and forerib and top line all come together, that's probably a spot where quite a few of these heifers in this lineup correct her. We'd like to see more strength out of her blades. We could probably enhance her forerib shape, but we think she's tremendously good and elite where she is good. This heifer that comes next is just one of them ones that I think returns home, takes the halter off, and makes a tremendous cow prospect. There's so much good that she has that I think she can return to an Angus operation and just make good ones. And there was another one in that class that was on this elite level with these three as well. And we think that the differences there were hind leg structure, trueness of body shape, width, and power that probably gave that heifer that advantage in that pair. I also think that's what gives this heifer a leg up as you're breeding this heifer and mating this heifer in the future. You know, if there's a couple criticisms that we have on this female, we think that management might have gotten in the way of this heifer a little bit as we get out here in this grand drive of Angus females. We can all see around ringside her chest is probably the biggest, most full. She's a little fat. You study them front feet, they probably need just a little TLC. She moves good enough. I like the function of her hip and hind leg an awful lot. I actually probably think it's more secure in terms of the heifer that's just in front of her because she motors more correct in terms of her spine. We think she's very, very elite. I think her chubbiness takes away from her wow factor out here in terms of her look and her presence. This heifer that wins this last class to me does have probably that management advantage in terms of freshness. She's probably laid quite a bit neater in terms of her neck. I'd call her 3 or 4 inches slimmer in terms of her neck as it sets onto her shoulder design. She's tucked up neater in her chest. That being said, I don't know if she lays quite as flat from the top of her shoulder blade to the base of her shoulder. She's not as sappy through her flank, but I think when you get in and study honest rib cage shape, she's tremendous in terms of the arc and curve out of her upper rib cage. We like the length of hip she offers. We like the tailhead setting that heifer offers. As you watch her get out and go, some of you could say, well, I wish she hit her track a little more comfortably. I think she hits it comfortably. I don't know if she reaches maybe quite as far as those two cattle in front of her, and I think there's a reason for that. I think she's quite a bit longer sided. I think she's quite a bit bigger scaled than the heifer that's just in front of her, or even the younger heifer up just in front. We think these three are tremendously good. I'll reconvene with Brandon real quick, and we'll pick you a Champion Angus heifer. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your 2021 Champion Angus heifer. That's Grace Greiman coming out of class 308. Coming into contention, Riley Rogers. Once again, your Champion Angus female coming out of class 308, Grace Greiman of Goodall. Coming in the ring, second from that class, Riley Rogers, Searsboro.
Really nice heifer here that comes second to her in class, and very fresh in her condition. Because so, she just looks kind of unique as she gets back out here, in her head and her neck and her chest. Very well balanced heifer in terms of putting one together from the profile. Highly presented, loose structured kind of female. I think Brandon talked to her real well. You know, her hock could be just a shot square at times. And then when I get right on top of the cattle in terms of her genuine fore-rib and mid-body shape, you know, she's skinnier. So you're wondering, you know, is she a little flat and giving up a little true dimension there, or is she just always going to be fighting, having just enough body shape? That's a question that we're left on that heifer. We do think if you're just the judge looking for the fresh, pretty profiling heifer that's loose structured, I think she's definitely in contention. We're going to reconvene here before we select our reserve champion heifer. Congratulations again to these Angus exhibitors.
Little bit tougher class for Corey and I to sort here. Just some real distinct differences, and then some issues with some structure in some places. But the most logical place to start is here with this baldy, speckled up calf. And to be honest with you, he isn't helping his chances very good because he isn't cooperating the best. But he most definitely has the most quality of any calf out here. His balance is good, his shape's good. Good width and just everything like we've talked for a couple days here. Really good in the way he's proportioned front to rear, and I think that's how he wins, along with the amount of stoutness he has. A little bit hard to read his mobility because he's fighting the halter. When he kind of comes around this way, it's better. His angles are good, and I think it's certainly acceptable for as much quality as he has. The next steer, really, really powerful, a lot of body, a lot of hip, a lot of mass from end to end. Good bone, relatively sound in the way he moves, and his feet just gets a little deeper and deeper set up in his neck in comparison to the calf that wins the class, but a really beefy, bold, blowed apart kind of a calf. The next young lady's calf, probably just in terms of balance and completeness. That's where he needs to go. Gets a little flatter in his hip, flatter in his quarter when you kind of get behind him, but from a standpoint of some conformation and some body along with it, and still okay on his feet and legs, I think that's where he needs to go. The young lady's calf next. I like a lot of things about this calf. I really like how he moves. He really moves and reaches out good with a lot of flex and still has some balance to him. Kind of wants to get just a little bit easy there in his forerib, and can at times when he gets stopped and gets parked, he gets a little plainer. But a really nice calf. It's got a lot of good things to him, and probably most definitely looks better on the move. The brown calf that I moved up here won just from a standpoint of width. I think a calf that's got a lot of squareness and width in his upper hip. Most definitely a calf that's a little taller, got a little more height to him, and it makes him a little tougher to look at. This calf in time with some feed, and depending on how he feeds, he's got the width and the expression and all the things, if he does, could be nice. I think where he excels the next calf is just in terms of width. The young lady's snip nose calf, most definitely nice balance. When we get him out here on the side, he stands out probably about as much as any of them, but where he disappoints us is we get behind him, he's just flattering his hip, he's flattering his stifle, and just gives up quite a bit of muscle, but lots of eye appeal and lots of balance and lots of good things about him. The next young lady's calf, a calf that just gets a little straighter up in his front knee and shoulder. You can get off of him, and Corey and I talked, a calf that can really give you a nice look in terms of the way his neck sets on him and the balance he has. Also begins to want to play out a little bit in his hip. The next young man's calf, most for sure has more product to him, more width of hip and more bulk. Just gets a little coarser up in his neck and a little plainer in the way that he comes out there. Nice calf though, nice calf that's got some stoutness and sogginess to him. The next pair of steers, we got some give and take. The Baldy steer, I think, has just got a little more product to him, a little more body, and just a little more substance.
All right, over on the heifer side, your reserve champion heifer coming out of the same class. That was Riley Rogers, Searsboro, Iowa. So once again, champion and reserve coming out of class 308, champion Grace Greiman Goodall, reserve Riley Rogers, Searsboro. We are now starting the commercial heifer division. Let me read you placings for the class 309 and 310 Angus heifers. First place in class 309, Hunter Anderson, Algona. Second to Carson Suchin of Gowrie. Third to Alexa Jacoby of Calamus. Fourth, Carolyn Schmidt of Adel. Fifth to Dalton Zidlicki of Decorah. That was your placings for class 309. Placings for class 310. First place, Judge Swanton, Goose Lake. Second to Carly Lynch, Grundy Center. Third to Hannah Peck, Birmingham. Fourth to Colby Wicks, Allison. And fifth to Brooke Miller, Solon. Over on the crossbred steer side, placings for class 407, first place, Dayton Weaver Mobile. Second to Peyton Gall of Strawberry Point. Third, Kara Schultz of Esterville. Fourth to Abigail Krogman of Dundee. Fifth to Bailey Christensen of Adel. Sixth to Luke Kroc of Mechanicsville. Seventh to Mariah Cron of Riverside. Eighth to Cody Erickson of Clarinda. Ninth to Riley Means of Villisca. And 10th to Aniston Poston of Villisca. That was your placings for the first class of crossbred steers, class 407 in Division 3.
We get rolling over here in the commercial division, and I think the top trio of heifers are ones that surface just from being little more functional in terms of the way they're built. And when we get in and dive in on these things, I think this young man's black and white chromed up one, I think she's probably the one that has the most female quality in terms of her head and neck shape. She blends her shoulder smooth into her body cavity. She's bold in her rib, and she's nice in terms of the set of her hind leg. We could probably just make that one a little leveler there to her hip and just see her travel with a little more attractive posture to her hind leg. Still really functional, one that we think wins this class pretty handily for us. Really stout, bold-ribbed one that comes here in second, one that has some good length of her top line. She's plenty extended in terms of her neck length. It's just when you get in on her skull, study the crest to her neck and the point of her shoulder, maybe just not as ladylike as the chromed up one ahead of her. We could just get that one a little more refined, stouten up those rear feet and make her softer there through her pastern, then I think that pair gets closer. Nice, functional, smooth heifer that comes third, really deep-sided. She's long and level about her hip. Maybe one that just gets a little awkward in terms of her neck and shoulder and top line attachment. If we could just stouten her up a little bit at the ground, I think that one makes this trio of heifers a little closer. Really stout constructed, bold, powerful heifer in the smoke female that comes next. One that's ultra wide in terms of her base width. She's plenty true in terms of her forerib shape. She's just one that maybe just doesn't hit us quite as soft in terms of her center body relative to how she sets there through the floor of her chest. Just give her a little more refinement, smoothen her up. Brockle face heifer that comes really big four-ribbed one. I like how much spread and mass that she has when you study her out of the back of her blade back into her hip. Maybe one that just wants to get a little slopier there out of her hip and get that hock tucked underneath her. Probably just deepen her and soften her through the center portion of her rib cage. Young lady brings a really stout baldy heifer that this one has probably as much shape and muscularity as any of them. Just got to free her up off her pastern, soften that one up through her body. The white one that comes next, really big forerib, one that's got lots of shape out through her loin and back through her pin set and lower stifle. Just maybe a little rounder constructed off both ends. Probably need to see her a little deeper there through her flank. Black heifer, one that's functional in terms of her build, and she's plenty bold up high We just got to drop her and sweep her there through her rib cage. See her a little maybe looser there in the way she handles that hock. Brockle face heifer that rounds out this particular class, one that has plenty of muscle. Just need to see her a little softer, smoothing that one up.
All right, attention in the barn. If anybody knows Galen Reitz, please tell them need to move their vehicle immediately. It's on the east side of the hog barn. It needs moved immediately. Galen Reitz. Somebody, if you know him, text him, snap him, whatever.
Boy, this is fun. When they get to be as good as these two that come off the top end of this class, this is really, really enjoyable. I'm going to talk about what Mark and I see in these two calves, and we're gonna pick on them, and I'm going to pick on them. But I mean, these two are two that I would be proud for my boy to show any day of the week that ends in Y for sure. I guess we like the extra extension that this one in first has, and just so balanced and so proportional in terms of the way he's made. His neck comes out of his shoulders so high. We love that about him. But yet, like I told Mark, he's so good fronted, but yet he's not. You wouldn't call him freaky. It still fits his whole overall build. He's just very up-headed, very high in his neck set. We love that about him. He's big and bold as he comes into his shoulder. We love that about him. A calf that's got plenty enough muscle for us to be a market critter. And when you set him in motion is where he sets him apart. Not that the calf in second isn't sound, but just so elegant and holds his hip together and his neck together so good on the move. We like a lot of things about that black steer. Really good calf for that young lady. That's not to take anything away from this calf in second. This calf in second, how I see him is, he's a denser muscled calf. I mean, when you get up on this calf, he is burly, just massive from nose to tail, extremely, extremely wide. And because of all that width and dimension, he maybe looks a little shorter ribbed, a little shorter coupled. Not that we're worried about size on him, but he just doesn't have the extra ESTs of that first one. For a calf, for as much muscle that he has, just so big-footed and good-footed in how he goes around the ring, a calf that we would just like to lengthen him out to run right ahead of that one in first, but wish those two could have been in separate classes. Very, very good cattle. Then there's kind of some give and take here in the rest of this class. We're going to use this star-headed calf next. Really good silhouette to this calf, just not nearly enough muscle to run with them ones on up ahead. Really stout one. Here's one of the stoutest ones in the class that comes forth. One that young man gets him set up. Boy, he looks like a statue. Big boned, awesome necked. Love that about him. When the young man gets him in motion, maybe he doesn't use his hock quite as genuine in how he hits the ground and handles that hock. But boy, from a muscle carcass standpoint, he sure got it. The next best structured one comes next, and that's why he's there. Calf that's good, built good in his skeleton, one that we would just, give a lot more muscle to from nose to tail, just not the top shape and dimension as the ones on up the line. And then the close pair there between that white steer and this black and white one here. Young lady's calf just maybe doesn't handle those back wheels quite right, just set down quite as square as true as the ones right up ahead of her. And then we round out the class with by far and away the shortest coupled calf of the drive. Got a lot of muscle. We just like to lengthen that calf out everywhere.
Well, I think these two cattle here on the top end of this class are polar opposites. I probably am a judge. I'd like them a little more in between these two, but I think you got two ends of the spectrum here. I think both are really, really good cattle. They're just quite a bit different. The heifer that comes to us with a bit more bone and stoutness, a bit more presentation to her today, some might say, is this heifer here that we like to start the class with. A little more demanding in terms of her presence. Actually, for being the bigger-ended heifer, I actually think she's set just a little smoother in terms of her shoulder. We think those cattle are really, really good, just a little different. Structurally speaking, you could probably pick on them both. When this one gets to walking a little fast, you change your hock, but I think a heifer that's comfortable enough in motion, especially as you study her spine, and I think that's her advantage over the heifer next, just a little more comfort in her spine. This heifer's really bold-bodied, really strong in her forerib, and you'll love her center rib cage shape. She's very ladylike in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder design. I think she teeters that line of, is she real ladylike or is she a little too fine? I think fine. She just needs to be stouter to the surface, and we'd probably like to relax her top line in. Might be a product of the fact that she's a shade full. The heifer that comes next is long and loose-strided, elegant in her look. My dad would tell me she needs stoutened up in her jawline because that from there back tells the story. She's just a little flat, but she's loose-structured and good profiling. The heifer that comes here in 4, bold, stout, powerful, but that compromises her front end. She's a little bit crestier necked, a little bit straighter shouldered, and just doesn't operate with the same range of motion and flex off either end of her skeleton. The next two cattle, I think you could kind of go back and forth on. The young man here in the wilder colored sweater has got a little more substance to his heifer in terms of her upper rib cage, a little more power in terms of her pins. She just needs more balance as you get underneath of her and study her chest to flank. A long, level, neater profiling heifer that's a little high in her tail head comes next. Another one that relative to her frame and stretch, we could see more forerib and body shape underneath. We like the cow character of the moderate, thick-ended one. Here next, she just needs to go with more quality as you try to balance her out from the profile. The next heifer's cowier than the heifer that completes the class. Really bold in her rib cage design, but just needs to be more correct in terms of either end of her skeleton, a little rounder out of her hip and off in her hind leg. Young man was a little late to the class. They said it wasn't his fault, though. That heifer is stout, but it really compromises her female character. She's big-jointed, needs more body. Nice class, nice top pair, just different.
All right, over on the heifer side, was that mic volume on the judge about right, guys? Good? Good. Good, all right. Just trying to get that adjusted for you. Placings for the first class of commercial heifers, class 311. Landon Kipe of Ute in first. Second place goes to Elizabeth Shipley of Melcher Dallas. Third to Jonathan Delaney of Fairfield. Fourth to Tatum Fredrickson of Esterville. Fifth, Hadley Jacoby of Grand Mound. Sixth to Sherricota of Harpers Ferry. Seventh to Presley K. Van Winkle of Osceola. Eighth to Maggie Renner of Washington, and ninth to Austin Stainer of Colesburg. That was placings for the first class, class 311 of commercial heifers. Placings for the second class, class 312. First place, Amanda Ray of Bernard. Second to Ashley Beetlesbacher Lamars. Third to Burke Willis of Diagonal. Fourth to Drew Totemeyer of Columbus Junction. Fifth to Keaton Dodge of Terrell. Sixth, McKinley Cash of Clarence. Seventh to Bo Coda of Bellevue. Eighth to Elizabeth Feinling of Royal. And ninth to Ty Miller of Woodbine. Once again, that was placings for class 312 commercial heifers. Final class, 313 coming in the ring for Division I commercial heifers. Over on the steer side, placings for class 408 crossbred steers. First place, Emma Sinclair, Williamsburg. Second to Kennick Paulson of Preston. Third, Briley Alliger of Gallery. Fourth to Reese Oglesby of Messina. Fifth to Ellie Mosier of Nevada. Sixth, Jalen Hartnett of Storm Lake. And seventh to Kelton Kralik of Creston. Currently in the ring, final class of Division III, class 409.
Got a little more of a challenging class here. A nice practical way to start, I think. Steer that's got some body and some shape and balance to him, and I think just in terms of completeness and the way that he's put together, I think he wins the class pretty handily. Really nice, complete calf that gets around and moves good, and like I said, has some stoutness to him and some balance. The next calf, calf that gets just a little bit deeper in the way he comes out of his shoulder and neck, gets a little more upright in his structure, but a calf that, like I said, has got some body and some shape and width to him. The next steer, pretty similar in his type. He gets just a little bit tight in his movement, but got some top and some shape and width to him and some body and that to go along with it. But a calf that we'd like to see just a little freer moving. The next calf, young man in the red, a calf that's also kind of, like I said, same thing, gets a little straighter on his front too, and then wants to get a little posty on the back, but a calf that at least when we get off of him and look at him, he's got some balance and some things that you like with some width. The young lady's red calf, probably sounder for sure in his movement, but gets just a little taller and a little flatter and needs a little more width and shape to him. Some calves on down the class. This young man's calf got more product to him than the ones that come after him, and that's kind of how he ends up there, just a little more substance, a little bolder. The last calves, the last three, just giving up some length, and the next one a little shorter, a little more compact, needs to have a little more expression out of his upper hip, and the last two just need a little more confirmation, a little more substance and depth to them.
Placing silver on the steer side, final class Division 3, Class 409, first place, Braden Charks of Underwood. Second to Wade Spencer of Logan. Third, Kaylee Axmere of North English. Fourth to Henry Pithen of Danbury. Fifth place to Maggie Albert of Hartley. Sixth place, Western Fueling of Monona. Seventh to Kinsey Lubrick of Oskaloosa. Eighth, Cody Messer of New London. And ninth to Jamie Toll of Lamoni. Now coming in the ring, your class winners from Division 3 for your selection of champion and reserve. Class winner out of 407, Dayton Weaver, Mobile. Class winner out of 408, Emma Sinclair, Williamsburg. Class winner out of 409, Braden Charks of Underwood.
Got a nice set of them out here, and definitely quite a few different shapes and sizes, but I think as you study these cattle at the profile or on the move, the three that are up here, particularly these top two, probably two of the more functional structured that are good-footed and clean about their joints. With that, I think the differences in 1 and 2, I think this red heifer is probably just a little leaner, She's a little more ladylike there about the shape of her head and neck. I think she's got a nice sweep to her rib, one that's level in her hip, utilizes her hind leg and her pastern very good when you study her in motion. Probably not going to be one you just ever have to get too worried about being the biggest in the world, but I think she'll always be nice, sensibly sized, moderate, really good bodied, functional kind of a female that has a nice look about her. If you're in the market for raising some show steers, I think this heifer in second definitely probably brings some intangibles to the table that maybe make her one that you might have preferred out here. I think this one's width, robustness of rib cage, and extra power and shape that she possesses is extremely good. I still think she's relatively smooth enough when you study her from the side. We just kind of wondered if maybe that smoothness comes from the fact that she's probably packing a little extra condition today. I'd like to probably lean that one up, stretch her out about her neck, and probably just stouten her up there on her rear feet. But I think a heifer that certainly has some quality, certainly has some value moving forward. The Blazeface heifer was one that was kind of different of the top three. She probably is the bigger scaled one that's a little bit leaner. I just think as we walk these things and study them a bit longer, she always just kind of wants to stop and stick a front leg out. I think shoulder angle and rear and front footing is a little bit of a concern on that one. Maybe not just the loosest in terms of her hock, but I think really attractive, long extended about her neck. Good heifer there in third. Heifer in four is one that really stout constructed. I love the shape of rib that she brings to the table. When you step off to the side and study her lower body balance, she's probably a little too deep relative to her flank line. Probably needs to just be lengthened out about her hip to allow her to take a little longer of a stride off her rear skeleton. The young lady brings a really nice one in terms of just being packed full of muscularity and shape, one that's got some feature about her. She's probably just not as maternal about just the shape and depth to her rib cage, one that we could probably just free up there as she hits the surface than her rear two. But I think a heifer that's good looking and extremely stout and powerful. Young man brings one that's plenty functional, I think, in terms of the way she's designed, one that's big and bold and got a good sweep to her rib cage. She's probably just falls out just maybe from a quality standpoint and just in terms of just the shape to her chest, one that's got a little more navel. And then you get behind the cattle, she's probably not just as big pinned and as wide constructed as some of the others ahead of her. Young man's brockle-headed female, really big feet and legs, one that's got some good turn to her forerib and through her heart. Probably just a little, needs tidied up there through her chest, get that loin hooked up smoother and level her out there through her tail head. Young lady in the vest here brings one really good in terms of just some spread up high and some body shape. Maybe just gets a little rounder there off either end of her skeleton. If we could yank her neck up, level her out in her hip, and stouten her up at the ground, I could certainly see her surfacing a little higher. Little low input, big bodied kind of a female the young lady brings next. Gonna make her a nice, easy doing cow. Throw her in the show ring setting, and maybe just her size and excess of condition today is what sorts her down the lineup. I think feet and legs and body type in that heifer is extremely good. And then the one we conclude with, the young man's brown tinged heifer, I certainly think has some refinement and female quality about her front end, just maybe a little fragile. Just need to fix the way she gets around the ring off both ends.
We won't take a lot of time on this division. When there's simple decisions, there's no reason to take a lot of time. I guess in Mark and I's mind, the class 2 was where the heat was. They're the best 2 in this division. Young lady, you're going to be champion. Young man, you're going to be reserve.
All right, your champion Division 3 Crossbred, both coming out of class 408. Your champion going to Emma Sinclair, Williamsburg. Your reserve going to Kenny Paulson of Preston. Once again, champion Division 3 Crossbred coming out of class 408. Emma Sinclair, Williamsburg, champion Kenny Paulson, reserve. All right, let's catch you up. Over on the commercial heifer side, Class 313, first place, Stella Amthar of Beeman. Second to Scout Locke of Packwood. Third, Caden Olson of Nevada. Fourth to Nora Spencer of Logan. Fifth, Kinley Holmes of Wellman. Sixth to Ty Van Vliet of Pella. Seventh to Brady Reynolds of Earlham. Eighth to Devin Davis of Corden. Ninth to Lacey Rouse of Mechanicsville. And 10th to Luke Kroc of Mechanicsville. Once again, you are currently watching the selection of the Champion Division 1 Commercial Crossbred, Commercial Heifer.
As we get to the commercial lineup here, we think it really boils down to these final two and those seconds behind them. You could probably justify a lot of different things. The black and white heifer really fits the group in terms of structure and body, but maybe comes in a few more pieces as you analyze her on the go. So we think there's probably good discussion here in these next two. Again, probably polar opposites. You're going to get into a commercial heifer show, and I think there's a lot of different purposes for the cattle. I think if we're just trying to find a really nice lined, freaky necked heifer, the black one could really suit you. She's slim about her neck as it ties high, really long and level in terms of her top line. I read her way off the cattle a little bit hard. You can even see it in her jaw and throat latch, forerib and flank. Maybe gets a little straighter for us as you study her to the surface, but she kind of wows you in terms of her look. A good cowy kind of heifer that was second to her. It's a little fragile made. The red heifer for us is a really good bodied cow. I think as you project her out, I think there's a lot of utility in that young female as she goes maybe even into her productive life. We like her rib cage the best. She's good in her feet and legs. I don't know if I read a lot of extension in her in terms of the rest of her life. She's a little heavier conditioned relative to the heifer just in front of her, but she held a leanness advantage in the top pair within her class. That heifer's still ladylike in her head and her neck. You could change and tweak her shoulder ever so slightly. We probably think she's the safer heifer structurally and body type wise. We're going to use her to win this first division. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Your champion Division 1 Commercial Heifer coming out of Class 313, that's Stella Amthar of Beeman. Stella Amthar coming into contention, second in class, Scout Locke.
We really do think that there was a nice pair of cattle in that class in terms of body type. I'm not saying either one of them are the epitome of my kind. I don't know if we found one of those in here. We think if this heifer was a shade leaner, she would have ran with that pair. She's bold, stout. Probably just think she's a little bit more true in her rib and body and structure. She'll be reserved in this division. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion Division 1 Crossbred or Commercial Heifer coming out of the same class, that's Scout Locke. Scout Locke from Packwood, Stella Amthar, champion from Beeman.
We get rolling in our second division here, the commercial heifers, and young lady brings us a blaze face that hits us pretty hard right when she comes in the ring. I think one that just balances up nicely. You know, she's probably not the longest, craziest neck, but her neck's shaped appropriately. It hooks up high into the top of her shoulder, and I think that one's upper body shape, pin width, and power, and still to blend that smoothly from the side is really, really good. I think her front end is appropriate in terms of the way she utilizes her shoulder and her knee. I think her hind leg posture at the standstill is really nice. Maybe there's some times where she gets going a little fast, where maybe she just doesn't want to reach and just stride just perfect off her rear two. But I still think she's flexible in her ankle. She's got plenty of flexibility in her hock, one that I think wins this class pretty handily for us. Heifer in 2 is one that's got a striking look about her neck. She's got some robustness to the center portion of her body. One that relative to the excess condition she's carrying, she's probably not just as true in terms of the lower sweep to her rib cage. And I think when you study just the posture of her hind leg, maybe one that just locks her hock forward ever so slightly, set the standstill, and accordingly, she could probably just be freed up when you study her on the go. Heifer in 3rd gets here by just being one of the ones that's just a little more ladylike about her neck and her head. I think one that's long and level about her top line. She's got some good turn to her rib, and then you just get into her down low. Probably just like to pick her up in her chest, clean up that navel, and just give her a little more drop there into her flank. We could probably just square her up in her hock, but I think that one's length of neck, levelness of lines is really good. Heifer that we bring out next is one that it's got really good shape of body, good sweep of rib. When we throw her into the mix with some of these heifers ahead of her, probably just not as long and as extended, and just cleanly enough about her chest and shoulder shape to work up higher in that regard. Young man in the paisley shirt here brings us a nice functional kind of a female that's got some body. She's just one that maybe wants to run downhill and just gets a little rounder in her shoulder and played out there through her chest. And then the young man here has got one that really long-bodied heifer. She's got some performance and some power about her, just maybe not as extended and clean there about her front end. She certainly needs more body just to balance and proportion. And then we conclude the class with this blaze face heifer who's got some stoutness of feature, certainly bold sprung and has some mass up high. She just gets a little rounder built off both ends, just got to loosen that one up on the go.
Got a nice silver steer to start this class, a calf that just has a little more definition to him. When you get right up on him, he's got a little more thickness down his back and out his hip, and I think still maintains a nice balance and nice profile and ties it all together. Ideally, we'd like to see him have a little more rib shape, but a calf that in terms of just quality and what he has, I think he handily wins the class. The next calf, the black calf, I think is really nice. His balance and profile is good. You like how his neck comes out of the top of his shoulders there. He too balances up really well. He gets just a little tighter in his forerib, maybe just a little tighter in his body. Both of those calves, I would definitely say they need a little more rib shape to them, but their conformation's good and their structure's okay. This black one wants to toe out just a little bit at times, but not bad. But really like his profile and his pattern. 2 steers that I think contrast each other, and I think that's the way they need to go. The young lady's calf in 3rd, definitely more body, more shape, probably more true muscle right from behind. Where we'd like to change him is the way that he ties in his forerib and his shoulder. He gets just a little bit narrow coming out of the top of his shoulders and wants to be just a little slack there in his back. And kind of when he does that, it makes him push forward and pop those shoulders out. But really a calf that big, stout, meaty kind of a calf that's got some mobility and some things that you like about him. The next couple of calves, we went back and forth on them, and I think the young lady's calf here in the blues just probably just a little bit freer in his movement. I wouldn't argue with you. They're both not quite right, but maybe just a little sharper in his neck and his presence and his balance, and trying to keep the conformation looking the same in the class. That's where he needed to go. The next calf, like we said, a little bit short-strided on the back and a little more depth in his neck when we get back off of him, but a calf that's got some bone and some substance to him, and still some things that you like. Then we end up with the 3 calves, and I think the silver one, we just ended up with him where he's at. He's a little structurally more correct. He's a little softer in his movement, and just a little easier looking as he moves around the ring. The young man's calf, the black one, no doubt more muscle than any the other 2 in front or behind him, but he too's just straighter than we'd like to see him. And then the young lady with the gray steer that winds up the class, just the same thing we'd like to see from a structural standpoint, just freer in his movement.
Another really good class. Top 4 or 5 cattle are excellent. Top 2 to us do the hardest things to make. Amongst the 2, we sort them structurally and in motion. We tried to give this second heifer every chance she could because we love her on the standstill. Heifer that wins is probably just a shot more our speed in terms of refinement, length, and smoothness. I think the prettier headed, longer neck, smoother shouldered heifer that's just got more pliability and comfort to her spine. I think that's the longer hipped heifer of the pair. She's got more set to her hock and used to her pastern. That's a heifer that's adequate in terms of body shape and spread and dimension, Both are really, really good cattle there. That's the smoother, sounder one to win. If you're just finding the squarest built, boldest, stoutest one, we love the value and utility moving forward for this heifer. Maybe if you're trying to raise something just a little squarer built, something a little bit wider and more bunchy muscled. When she gets going in terms of movement, young lady, I can't tell if she's just not broke and you're not kind of fighting a halter, or if she's a little tight. But regardless, we made that call. She's a little tight in terms of her makeup and structure. She'll sit second. The heifer in third, I think I could see some judges coming in and saying this is a combination heifer that could be right with those three, because she's adequate in terms of body, she's cowy in terms of her look. That's a heifer that's comfortable and functional in terms of her skeleton, but when it comes to making really high-end show cattle, I think that one's more open about her shoulder and paddles out of her front skeleton. She's not quite as neat, tidy, and attractive about her head, neck, and shoulder design. One on the standstill that absolutely deserves discussion is this heifer in fourth. She's bold, she's stout, she's powerful, she's heavy structured, a really nicely presented heifer that on the standstill, you like. We walked him once, young man, she just rolls out of her shoulder and gets a little tight in her top line. But in terms of her neck and her body shape and power, I can see some discussion in that heifer and sliding her on up. She just needs to be sounder for us. A couple heifers next with lots of power, shape, and muscle that for us just need to be better breeding cattle in terms of shoulder shape and joint quality, but you like their muscularity, you like their power. Same can be said again, just powerful, big forearmed, big top, thick-ended cattle that just need a bit more of a refined shoulder shape and joint shape. You got more refinement and smoothness in the heifer that comes next. She's more ladylike in terms of her feature. It just needs to be more robust as you study your center rib design. A couple heifers that get it more in trouble structurally here that conclude the set. This heifer is a little stouter than the heifer that concludes. The bald face heifer is a little bigger and stretchier in terms of her frame and size, just like to drop her deeper and more practical in terms of her rib.
Nice pair of heifers here in this class, and I think when they're both parked at the profile, you could maybe make a case that the pair's a little bit closer, but I think you get these cattle in motion. Young man's heifer wins for us, pretty handily. I think that one's just a little better in terms of her length of her hip. She's more coordinated and attractive in the build of her hind leg in motion. And then when you study her just at the stand, that one's so neat-necked. She's got a good sweep to her body. She's long and level about her hip. I won't tell you she's probably just the truest in her forerib and just in terms of just power. I think she's probably got enough. She's really striking from the profile and sound structured. Young man's heifer in second. If you're just looking at him from a rear three-quarter view, I think the boldness to her forerib, the turn to her upper body shape, and the amount of true muscle that she spreads from her shoulders back, I'd probably give her the edge there. Like I said, on that top pair of them, we get them in motion. That one gets a little lower and drops her pins, maybe just gets a little uncoordinated in the way that she sets down from a squareness standpoint. A nice cow prospect, I think, in the young man's gold baldy heifer. That one's got good length of front end. She's got some stoutness of feature, certainly has enough body to go along with it. Just a few tiny things that we nitpick on her. Just need to clean her up there through her chest. We could probably just make her a little better there in her lower body balance. But for me, I think we just got to get that one's feet trimmed up and just lean her up moving forward. Blaze face heifer that comes next is one that's incredibly bold bodied. That one's got a lot of shape when you study her up high. Just in terms of just her length and her proportions, maybe one that just gets a little shorter coupled off both ends there. If we could just stretch her out in her neck, lengthen that hip, I could see her maybe sorting above that gold heifer. Young lady's heifer here in front of me is one that's, I think, plenty attractive in terms of just her length. She's plenty flexible there when you study her lower joints. Maybe one that's just a little bolder to the point of her shoulder, not quite as deep, and has that sweep to her body just to give her a perfect look of balance when we step off to the side. A real powerhouse that we bring out next. This one's really big backed, lots of shape and mass when you step in behind her. We just got to see that one with some more refinement about her feature, just free her up in the way that she gets off her rear skeleton. Young man's heifer that runs out here in front of us next is one that's good and functional. I think she'll make a nice cow for him down the road. We throw her into the mix with some ones that have some more tricked out pieces, maybe just planes up there about her front third, just gets a little more fragile there at the surface. Then the young man's heifer right here has got another one. Really moderate, bold, kind of cowy in terms of the way she's built into her rib design, just probably not lean enough, not quite extended and cleanly enough about her front third. Young lady's heifer here, got a big, stout, shapely one. We just probably need to tone her muscle down and soften that one up. And then the baldy that we conclude with, certainly a big, growthy, stout one. Probably just need to get her to slow down a little bit and just free her up in the way that she utilizes that ankle when we study her in motion.
Extremely tough class here on these front two in this class. Boy, we've said that a lot. It seems like the last 24 hours here, but boy, these two right here, they're good. They're real good. We're going to pick on them, full well knowing that my son is never going to show one as good as these two right here. I mean, it's just luck, by luck, that you get them to where they're this build and this design. It's very close. We're going to tell you how we see them. We think that the calf that comes out of that's going to win this class in his forerib is where he wins the class. He's just so solid as he ties into that forerib and into his shoulder. He's so smooth right there. and you get him in motion, he just stays so good in his silhouette and so good at the ground when you set him in motion. He's a big-bodied calf. I think he has the advantage there in that regard. Is he jack neck? Does his neck just tie as high and freaky as the calf in second? No doubt about it. That's where we would change him. If his neck just set a little higher, when he kind of goes on point and cocks off, it gets a little better, but he's just a little bit lower there, not quite as long, and he's extended up there. But boy, that's just a very problem-free, good fat steer for an early state fair. That's just an awful good calf. Let's not take anything away from this calf here in second. Like we said, it's deceiving. This calf, he gets a little pinch behind his shoulders right there, and most of the time they don't have as much muscle. We think this calf's actually a little wider pinned, a little wider stifled than the calf right ahead of him. No doubt about it. We love the neck set. We love the build of the front 1/3 on this calf better. Like I said earlier, we just change him right behind his shoulder blade, and how he ties in, just give him a little more upper rib shape and dimension. Boy, that's two awful good steers right here in this particular class. Then we take a breath here and kind of get into the rest of these steers. There gets to be a lot of give and take. We just think from a muscle aspect, the next best one in terms of top shape and power is this one that comes third. He's a long-sided, long hip steer. Just doesn't have the extra body shape and dimension of the two right up ahead of him, but a good practical kind of steer for that young lady. Explosively muscled black and white steer here that comes fourth in this class. He's a long, freaky neck calf. Likes to run downhill just a pinch, and maybe just has a little too much width in his shoulder, lower shoulder there to get on up into third hole, but a real heavy muscled one. Real long pattern calf here in fifth. Long level hip like that about him. Just maybe doesn't set down as free and easy as them cattle right ahead of him, but a calf that we do like his length and extension. Then we get into a really tall fronted, just a really good fronted calf here comes next. One that's got some top shape and back width, just sure doesn't have the extra rib shape and body, feedability look to him that we'd like to see to get up any higher. Then we get into a black steer here, a little shorter neck kind of a calf, but he just has more sheer product, and that's what we liked his carcass merit to get on, to stay ahead of that one ahead of him. Another long-bodied, long-fronted steer here comes next. Gets a little high in his loin. She sets him in motion, but boy, he sets down good on his feet and legs. Then we round out the class with one just a little shorter coupled, little smaller pattern kind of steer.
A really, really nice division here in our commercial heifer show. I think these three class winners are excellent cattle. We can, nitpick them here or there, but I just take a second and analyze them and understand that they're real good and they're all a little different. Our seconds are nice cattle. I think, as they get back out here, we found the right class winners that came to the top because they're a little bit more our speed in terms of structure and kind, but they're still really excellent kind of livestock. The heifer that wins the first class, Brandon and I just talked about it. If she had a different movement to her hip and hind leg, she may be our very favorite heifer out here. In terms of length of cannon, balance from hip to shoulder, neck and how it attaches to the top of her shoulder, her genuine body shape and muscle is excellent. Whether you're raising breeding cattle or trying to raise maybe some more maternal, steer type genetics, that one's got some really interesting pieces. I would just like to see her move just a shade differently in terms of her hind leg when we get out in this really, really deep lineup. The heifer that comes out of the second class is kind of the big framed one of these three. She's kind of the extended one that's the most refined yet. And a lot of times when you get cattle, maybe in age differences, you'd think the bigger one wouldn't be the more refined, pretty one, and that's the case in this regard. She's neater in her skull. She's nice in the top of her neck. When you study the base of her neck, she probably is just a shade deeper there than maybe the cattle on either side of her, not as tidy in that regard. As you transition there back, good things and things you'd like to tweak. I think she's really smooth from her shoulder into her forerib. You drop to her bottom line balance. That one's probably got as much chest only on a comparative note as you study her back into her underline. I think she's probably one of the more advanced heifers in terms of condition of these three. She's good in terms of her center rib cage. I think a heifer that's sure sound enough in terms of her structure. I think she could be argued the complete heifer out here. I think she also could be argued the one that doesn't have, maybe as many outlying, really extremely excellent elite pieces. So it just depends on how you read her. We thought, if a little here, little there, little here, she wins easy, or she's the really, balanced one that's complete. She's kind of in the middle for us as we read that heifer from nose to tail. The heifer that wins the third class, I think, is really polarizing. One that in terms of her structure and movement, I think she's the most elite and hardest to make. Good-footed, square-structured. You like the way she operates and flexes off both ends of her skeleton. Really a captivating heifer in terms of her build and balance from the side view profile. She's never going to be as big as those two. She maybe runs downhill just a nickel and we could tweak her right in behind her shoulders. But we just think, man, she's the hardest one to make in this group. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations to that young man.
Your champion Division II commercial heifer coming out of class 316. That's Kenny Paulson of Preston. Coming into contention, Carson Reek of Creston. Your reserve champion coming out of class 315. That's Bailey McCullum Colo. Bailey McCullum Colo, reserve Division II commercial heifer. Kenny Paulson, champion Division II commercial heifer. Let me read those class placings off to you. Class 314, first place, Macy Kilmer Perry. Second to Riley Short, Masonville. Third to Annie Johnson, Independence. Fourth to Avery Harris of Waverly. Fifth to Carson Toby of Charlotte. Sixth to Austin Stainer of Colesburg. And seventh to Joey Othout of Wyoda. Placings for class 315. First place, Bailey McCullum, Colo, Iowa. Second to Riley Johansson of Spirit Lake. Third to Kaylee Harkin of Applington. Fourth to Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison. Fifth to Jax Pryor of Woodbine. Sixth to Trey Wellman of Donaldson. Seventh to Jacob Feld of Iowa Falls. Eighth to Brooklyn Wicks of Allison. And ninth to Garrett Applehans of Anamosa. Appellants. And placings for that final class of Division II, first place, Kenny Paulson, Preston. Second to Carson Reek of Creston. Third to Kinzer Gallagher of Elkhart. Fourth to McKenna Burmeister of Raleigh. Fifth to Nicole Lang of Harlan. Sixth to Skylar Coffey of Garden Grove. Seventh to Justin Haskevec of Cresco. Eighth, Brody Schaff of Randolph. Ninth to Taylor Miller of Afton. And 10th to Victoria Howell of Columbus Junction. Let me catch up over on the steer side. Placings for Class 410. First class, Division 4. First place, Anna Fries of Adel. Second to Kiara Payne of Spirit Lake. Third to Sarah Tapkin of Adel. Fourth to Tyler Pudens of Story City. Fifth, Logan Kroc, Mechanicsville. Sixth, Cooper Avey of Randolph. And seventh to Riker Giroux of Ainsworth. And eighth to Maddie Pierce of McClellan. Placings for Class 411 crossbred steers. Middle class of Division 4, first place Avery Shallot of Riverside. Second, Chloe Rogers of Iowa City. Third to Katie Johnson, Independence. Fourth, Ethan Graber of Mount Pleasant. Fifth to Thorsten Mitness of Russell. Sixth to Sawyer Minor of Bondurant. Seventh, Zoe Walls of Edgewood. Eighth to Addison Seidelman of Linden. And ninth to Taylor Howell of Columbus Junction. Final class, Division 4, currently in the ring, Class 412.
Got a pretty interesting pair of them over here on this side, and I think when they're just parked there at the profile, some of the differences, we think the heifer that we start with, probably just the fresher, neater necked one, and I just think that the angle of her shoulder just allows her to shoot her neck up a little higher out of the top of her shoulder blades there. One that's really bold and has a tremendous sweep to her rib. I think at the standstill, I love the way that she postures up in her hip and hind leg, get them into motion, and we probably don't think that there's just maybe quite the reach and comfort there to the surface that maybe we'd like to see, but I still think that she's plenty functional and she's square in her build, and we elect to go ahead and lead off with that one. It's kind of hard to get just a tremendous read on this one, whether it's the fact that she's fighting the halter or if her shoulder angle just hinders her a little bit, just to get her neck shot out of the top of her shoulder and just to keep her spine right when you study her in motion. I think the differences in her is certainly the way that she utilizes her hip and hind leg. We prefer over the one that starts. When we get off and we study her in motion, and particularly in her front third, she's one that tends to just drop her head and kind of run downhill a bit. I think if that one maybe acts a little bit better and we can get her just to present herself and have more reach up front, maybe that pair goes a little differently. Heifer in third does so by just being a good, practical, basic kind of a female, one that's functional. She's broody in terms of her rib design, her forerib and her flank, one that certainly has enough power to go along with that and still relatively smooth. We drop her in with a cattle ahead of her, probably just a little thicker necked, a little deeper to the base of her neck and played out there in her chest. If we can tidy and neaten up the front third of her body, I think the rear 2/3 of her are really nice. Maybe she could scoot up the lineup a spot or two. A young lady's heifer that we bring out in 4, one that's ultra bold and dimensional in terms of her rib cage. We just need to see that one with a shot more just power and width underneath, make her a little square as she hits the surface when you get directly behind the cattle. Young man's white flanked heifer that we roll out here in 5, one that's got some length of front end. She's certainly bold and powerful when you get up on top of that one, just not the coordination and depth of body to move up in that particular lineup. Young lady's heifer that we come here next, kind of a good functional kind of female, one that's really bold in terms of her rib. You just study that one's chest to flank. We need to tidy her up there, drop her in her flank and just free her up so ever so slightly and she gets on motion. And then we have the young lady's star-headed female, one that's big and high performing, one that's got some stoutness of feature. Just need to make her a little more ladylike about her feature of her head and shoulder, drop her there through her flank. Then we conclude the class with a nice blaze face young lady's female, one that's certainly big fore-ribbed and has some shape when you get in behind her. We just got to loosen that one, drop her there through the center portion of her rib.
Got a really complete calf to win this class. I think in terms of balance and just his overall look and his appearance and the way that he proportions, I think from front to rear, I think he's pretty handily the winner. He's level and he's square and he moves good. He's got a lot of presence to him. His neck comes out good. Just a really nice, solid calf that ties everything together. The next pair, I think we end up with the Baldy, the more speckled up one. I think his type and kind in terms of his balance and his look and his condition and where he's at today, I think matches the calf that wins the class. I think he's got just a little more presence to him today. For sure not as far along, but a calf that to me matches up better with the steer that wins the class. The next calf, deeper probably and bolder in his construction, a calf that's just struggling just a little bit today off of one back leg and wants to labor in that. Maybe gets a little deeper up in his neck and shoulder as compared to the two in front of him, but a really nice calf in terms of body and depth. Maybe wants to roll out just a little bit on those two back legs. The next Baldy calf that's just real practical. He's real square and deep, a calf that proportions nice. Got some product to him. He opens up a little bit when we get behind him and look at him over the top. He opens up with his shoulder a little bit, and you'd like to fix him right there in the bottom of his forerib, but a calf that's really complete and really balanced. The next steer, a calf that's really balanced, nice look, really up-headed, good bone, just gets a little harsher in his body, a little harsher in his forerib, and needs to move better off his front end. The next calf, definitely a little soggier calf, but a calf that's just a little more refined in his bone, a little flatter in his hip. And the red calf, same way. We'd like to loosen him up and give him a little more expression.
All right, over on the steer side, placings for the final class of Division 4. First place, Avery Shala of Riverside. Second to Tanner Curtin, Oxford. Third, Taylor Thomas of Gilman. Fourth to Camden Moffitt of Indianola. Fifth to Dylan Manning of Waukee. And sixth to Spencer Suchin of Gowrie. And seventh to Landon Grove of Ellsworth. We will now be competing for your Champion and Reserve Division 4 Crossbred steer. First class Division 4 winner was Anna Priest. Second class winner Avery Shala of Riverside. Third class winner Avery Shala of Riverside.
Another awesome class here. We have a relatively easy class winner in our mind. Our discussion fell between second and third. The heifer that wins, she's maybe not totally our speed structurally, but when you're that massive and that powerful and good looking, it's hard to deny your presence, and she's just kind of here to win this class. You know, great body, great muscle. We could tweak her structurally, but really a nice heifer. Really refined kind of beast here in second. You can't get them much more chiseled out and pretty about their head and neck and ear set. She's so youthful and fresh and nice in terms of her condition. On the standstill, you might gravitate to that one's refinement and female quality. A little refined to us, just, you know, maybe not quite stout enough. And then when you watch her go directly from behind, the way she's built from hook to pin bone just maybe isn't perfect. Like the function of this heifer in third. Just a loose structured, big middled, kind of sappy looking heifer here in third. It's really, really low maintenance in terms of her cow look. You know, she just doesn't quite have enough quality as you study her balance. A little chubbier in her head and neck and shoulder, but spine, structure, body, muscle, definitely adequate in the heifer that's third. Heifer that comes fourth, I think if you're just after the big-bellied, loose-structured cattle that are low maintenance and practical, that's a heifer that I think some people could slide on up the line. You know, her faults probably come when she stands on the profile. The longer she's there, the more it's evident she opens up in her shoulder, gets easy behind her shoulder blades, just doesn't have the same hit-ya kind of quality that I think the top three do. The next one's kind of pretty profile and smooth-shouldered and angular, just a little too one-dimensional as you step behind the cattle in terms of rib, body, and power. I actually have a lot of respect for this Baldy heifer structure. Good in her top line, meets her stride in terms of her feet and legs. Probably not the most highly presented heifer in terms of the way she comes to us today, but good in her neck, good in her chest, nice in terms of her lines. Just need to open that heifer up more in terms of her center rib cage to allow her to kind of slide on up the line. Next female's bold and stout, just gets pretty troublesome out of her front skeleton for us. Just need to see more female quality in that regard. Heifer that concludes the set, big and stout, maybe just needs to cooperate a little better to show herself off, but sure got enough performance and shape down her top.
Boy, this Division 4 set of crossbreds just sure didn't disappoint, just like the one before it. These 6 that were left out here, all genuinely good cattle in their own right. We'll just talk just a little bit about these class winners. Real long-bodied silver steer out of the first class in this division. We liked his extra length. Calf that's got enough power. Maybe just doesn't open up quite as much down low. Maybe he doesn't use his hock and hind leg quite as pretty as the 2 right behind him, but a real long-sided calf. The calf that wins the last class here, we love his neck extension, really pretty up through that front 1/3 and how he ties together with his shoulder blade. One that probably, if we were changing him, we'd just like to deepen him up just a bit. Maybe doesn't have quite the extra added punch right there in the center of his body. And then we got this calf out of the second class. Just in terms of genuine market cattle build, here's one that checks a lot of boxes. Just so opened up down low, ties in so good to his shoulder blade. He's got enough muscle, but he's smooth muscled. Yeah, if you're going to change him, we would like to extend him up through his front end and just make that neck come out of his shoulder higher and longer. But boy, from the shoulders back, that's an awful good market steer. We're going to use him to win this division.
Your champion Division 4 coming out of class 411, that's Avery Shala, Riverside. Coming into contention, Chloe Rogers of Iowa City.
Then we get that second place out here. Boy, that class there, it was a gunfight between them 2, and we think both of them 2 steers are like taking guns to a knife fight. We're going to use that calf out of class 2. He'll be your reserve in this division.
Kept the pair together in class, second in class in your reserve Division 4, Chloe Rogers of Iowa City. Once again, Avery Shala, Riverside, champion Division 4, reserve, Chloe Rogers.
We get out in this division here in the commercial heifer show, and Brady and I were just talking. I think lots of these classes had quite a bit of depth from, first to about midway down, and the ones that we get out here, I think, look awesome. We start with the first heifer, one that's just really fresh and striking, I think, are 2 of the first things that come to mind when you study that heifer. I love her lower body balance, one that's really good in terms of rib shape, her length of hip, and I think at the standstill, like we talked, has a nice posture to her hind leg, get those cattle in motion, and she maybe isn't just the longest, freest reaching one, but I still think a heifer that certainly has some quality and fits really nicely out here in this division. The heifer out of that last class is just so demanding in terms of just her power. That one's so wide and bold and has so much dimension, yet I still think she's pretty darn smooth when you study her from the side. Certainly one from a condition standpoint, we could probably just mellow her out ever so slightly and draw back a little bit there, but I think that one's awfully impressive. She's so high quality from a balance and power standpoint, and I think of these 2, her hind leg is just so much more secure and flexible. Let's congratulate this young lady. She'll have your champion. We bring that second place heifer in here, and I think Brady described her extremely well. When that one's parked there at the standstill, she kind of has a gravitating look in terms of just her extra length and refinement up front. She's so extended. Her spine appears to be good when she's standing there, and then one that's just really youthful, really fresh. We get those cattle in motion. She's one that wants to just get a little higher there in her spine, dropping her pins. I'll let Brady go out and shake our second favorite.
Class 2 won it. Your champion Division 3 commercial heifer coming out of class 318, that's Jade Beeson of Anthem. Your reserve, Joshua Derbyshire, out of a class 317. Once again, champion Division 3, Jade Beeson, reserve, Joshua Derbyshire. We'll now be selecting your champion commercial breeding heifer.
A good commercial heifer show to this point. A lot of differences in the cattle, obviously. You got some crossbreds, a lot of differences in shapes, sizes, types, and kinds. The younger or smaller division, I guess I'm not sure if they broke them by age or hip height, but the red heifer here that gravitates to the top of her division, you know, they all fit the same mold, yet their maturity patterns appear to be kind of in line with maybe they're going to end up. This one's going to be a little on the smaller side, but she's good for a small cow. Just great-bodied, good spined, nice movement to her hip and hind leg. For us, we could just extend her out in terms of her front end, but you like her function, you like her body. Really happy with what we did in that division and paired up them two power heifers that are bold and a little bit more functional in terms of their ribbon structure. We had a really pretty nice heifer that was kind of nicer profiling. I think she would have looked a little hard in this lineup. I think the heifer that's white-bellied here that comes out of this second class, really demanding in terms of her presence, very high quality in terms of her structure. To us, she's the hard one to pick a hole in this set. The heifer that comes out of the last division's big, bold, and powerful. We could probably piece her together a little neater in terms of her front end, mainly just in terms of her condition. For us, this white-bellied heifer is your champion commercial. Congratulations.
Your champion commercial heifer 2021 Iowa Beef Expo, that's Kennick Paulson coming out of Division 2, coming into contention, Bailey McCullum with her reserve Division 2.
We'll briefly discuss this reserve to our champion heifer that fits in this lineup in terms of quality. Absolutely. We like this heifer in certain areas a great deal. She's nice bodied, good in her forerib and good back to her flank. Probably like her honesty of condition, just a shade more than maybe the heifer that's just behind her. I like her movement of her hock and her pastern. She could have just a little stouter foot as you study her back there. We think both of those cattle ahead of their shoulder blades in these last two could be just a shot neater at the base of their neck and their chest. This heifer's thinner and comes off more refined because of that. The heifer that's just behind her, probably a little higher quality in her hip and tail head and hind leg setting. We think it's very tight. You could go either direction there. Nothing taken away from the red heifer. We like her kind. We just like to make her more extended. I'll briefly talk with Brandon before we pick a reserve. We think it could go either direction.
Your Division III champion will be your reserve champion commercial heifer. That's Jade Beeson. Jade Beeson will be your reserve overall commercial heifer. Your champion commercial heifer, Kennick Paulson, out of Division II. That'll conclude the heifer side. So 30 minutes after the steer side is over, we will be doing our Supreme Drive, starting with the heifers this year. Let me give you the placings on those final two classes. Class 317 commercial heifers. First place, Joshua Darbyshire, Morning Sun. Second to Jenna Tlock of Parole. Third to Kaiser Will of Anita. Fourth to Elise Engel of Colfax. Fifth to Blaine Hike of West Liberty. Sixth to Addison Appellans of Anamosa. Seventh to Carly Toby of Charlotte. And eighth to Jenna Smith of Newton. Placings for the final class of commercial heifers. Go ahead, Mark.
Another powerful steer to start this class. So like his composition, the way he's made, really moves good. Got a little extra dimension from front to rear. Like his balance, the way his neck comes out. Just kind of follows the type of what we've been using. Good pattern with some meat to him and some body and maintain some balance. Corey and I talked about this calf. I don't think that the calf appears to be as round as he looks here. I think that's okay, but really a nice calf, really complete. The next calf's got a big back, good look to him, really square out his hip. We just like to see him a little deeper in his flank, a little deeper from his sheath back to be competitive a little higher today, but a calf that we think sounder than the gold calf, and that's how he ends up second. The gold calf's got more body to him, got probably a little more definition to him, but when he gets to moving, he wants to struggle off that front end some. He wants to kind of wing those front legs out and just a little tougher in the way that he goes. Really big body and a lot of meat, a lot of center dimension to him, and we like the calf. The Charolais calf we moved up, just kind of a fault-free kind of a calf. His balance is good. He's smooth and complete. Doesn't have anything that just wows you, but really doesn't have anything bad wrong with him, and he's really sound. The young man's calf that we shuffle down wants to run downhill a little bit, gets a little tighter in his movement, probably got more body and a little more substance to him than the silver steer, but a little more compact. The next steer that you like his pattern, his profile, he's really complete, just runs out of muscle from behind, gets a little flatter stifle and flatter in his quarter. The last calf, a calf that's got some body and shape, just a little more bound up in his movement.
Placings for the final class of commercial heifers, class 318. First place, Jade Beeson, Anthem. Second to Cody Klein, State Center. Third to Clara Ballinger of Moravia. Fourth to Sheridan Fox of Kanawha. Fifth to Colton Knopp of Arthur. Sixth to Grace Sheets, Mount Pleasant. Seventh to Macy Adamson, Creston. And eighth to Garrett Werzer of Wacoma. Once again, that was placings for the final class of commercial heifers. Your overall champion commercial heifer coming out of Division II, Kennick Paulson. Reserve coming out of Division III, Jade Beeson. Attention in the barn here. If there is a McKenna Day Huff, I believe, McKenna Day Huff, or anybody knows McKenna, don't try texting her or snapping her because we have her phone right down here. But if you see her, tell her, McKenna Day Huff, we believe. Genius here asked Siri to call her mom. That's how we figured it out, huh?
Pretty solid on the top end of this class. Young lady smoke calf that comes first. Boy, a big wide-topped individual. Tons of muscle shape and power to this one. And he couples that on with an extra large foot and a very solid type of a skeleton to him. Just a real surefire place to start here in this particular class. Young lady's black steer here. Like Mark and I talked, this calf's close to being great. We would just, if we've got a ton of muscle to him, really good look to this calf, maybe just a little shallower in his flank. You'd like to level him up in that hip and then kind of how he ties into his tail head, just does some weird things right up there in that region. But a good looking calf, gives you a killer look from the side when the young lady gets him set up. Young man's calf here that comes next, really big boned, rugged made calf. Just gets out and goes really good out of his front end. On his back end, you just like to see him a little truer and nicer as how he goes off them back two hind wheels. Maybe a little shallower ribbed kind of a calf as compared to that calf that wins the class. Young man gets him set up like that, and he gives you a pretty good argument for being a little higher. But when you get that calf in motion, we just think he needs to move just a pinch better. Then we get into a shorter coupled calf, just doesn't have that extra added length like them cattle do right ahead of him, just gets a little shorter ribbed and a little shorter made in terms of his overall balance out here compared to those on up the class. Real long-sided calf here that rounds out the class. We like that about him better than the calf ahead of him. He gets a little higher in his loin when he sets him in motion, just gets a little washed out behind his shoulder blades there. We change that about him.
All right, let me catch up over on the steer side. Class 413, first class Division 5. First place, Drew Jacobson, Osceola. Second to Jack Plug of Charlotte. Third, Brady Kane of North English. Fourth to Jaron Funk of Manchester. Fifth to Drew Totemeyer of Columbus Junction. Sixth to Jaron Gertis of West Point. And seventh to Emma Weiner of Rockwell. Placings for the middle class, the second class of Division 5. First place, Morgan Kelly, Algona. Second to Claire Shanks of Colfax. Third to Jaron Goki of State Center. Fourth to Matt Colbert of Riverside. And fifth to Brooks Courtney, Decorah. The final class of the 2021 Iowa Junior Beef Breed Show is currently in the ring. We're finishing up once again today, pretty dang close on the steer and heifer sides. Judges Mark Kopus and Corey Thompson will be selecting the champion Division 4 crossbred, and then they will select a champion and reserve overall crossbred division steer. And then 30 minutes after that, we will start back in on the heifer side for the Supreme Heifer Drive.
got a really nice calf to win this class. Calf's got some size to him and some weight, but boy, does he maintain the balance and the completeness and the way that he's put together. A lot of body, a lot of width to him. A calf that's really level and square out his rump, and lots of rib shape, and still a good look and nice on his structure. Calf that's really presented nice. The next calf, I think we got some give and take in these two. We just think the Baldy, the full face Baldy with the socks, is a little more complete. I think he's better in the way he handles his back legs, and I think he's truer out his hip, and just got a little more overall balance and completeness in the way that he's put together than the steer in third. The steer in third, probably a little longer sided, nice looking steer, balances up nice. We just like to see him handle his back legs different. He wants to kind of tuck them under him and get a little narrow at the hocks, and it causes him to be off in his hip some, but a calf that balances up and looks nice. The next calf, a calf that's got some length and some side to him, a calf that moves good. We just like to see him with a little more width and dimension to him in terms of the way that he's made, but a calf that gets a little taller in this class, but a calf that moves nice. The next calf that come in late, a calf that just kind of follows the type and kind. He's a calf that gets a little flatter down in his stifle and wants to set a little deeper in his neck. And the next pair of steers, I think, are nice. They just need a little more balance and completeness to be moved up.
All right, placings for the final class of the day. First place, Trey Fukin of Mount Air. Second to Emma Davison of Calamus. Third, Taylor Thomas Gilman. Fourth to Caden Will. Wyota. Fifth to Marshall Sheldall of Huxley. Sixth to Ellie Mosier of Nevada. And seventh to Tyler Wallace. That was the final class of the 2021 Beef Expo. We will now be selecting your champion Division 4 crossbred steer, then your overall champion and reserve crossbreds. In contention for Division 4 champion out of the first class, that's Drew Jacobson from Osceola, Iowa. Winner of the second class of the division, that's Morgan Kelly, Algona, and winner of the third class, Trey Fukin of Mount Air.
As we round out here this last division of crossbred steers, we get into a set of bigger cattle. You know, for as tough as these classes are, for Mark and I, just have really struggled in some classes between first and second all the way through this crossbred division. And then when you get out here for the champion drive, it just is very easy. And for us, again, in this division, it's that way. We like the young lady's silver steer. He's the best one in this division. He'll win.
Your champion, Division 5, coming out of the middle class. That's Morgan Kelly. Morgan Kelly of Algona coming in to contention. Claire Shanks, Colfax.
He gets a little closer out here as we look at him now. That one that comes in that was second out of that class, you know, when you get him out here, just maybe not quite the extra flank and rib shape that them other ones got, maybe a little stiltier off both ends of his skeleton. We think it's close here between the first and the third class in this division. We like the extra rib and the body and the look that one out of the third class gives you from the side, no doubt about it. When we get behind him, we wished he was a little squarer in terms of his hock. We wished he was a little more shapely in the lower portion of his muscle pattern and his stifle there. And this one out of the first class, boy, we love his muscle. He's got that extra caboose to him. We like that about him. We think he's a nickel solider in the terms way he goes in that hock. We like him the second best in this division. Young man, he's not standing still, but you're going to be the reserve.
Your reserve Division 5 champion coming out of the first class. That is Mr. Drew Jacobson, Osceola. Once again, champion Morgan Kelly, reserve Drew Jacobson. Now we'll be bringing all 5 division champion and reserves back now. All right, let's go down through your division champion and reserves. Division 1 champion Morgan Will, Division 1 Reserve Kai Curran. Division 2 champion John Vanderveen, Reserve Division 2 Laney DeVries. Division 3 champion Emma Sinclair, Reserve Kennick Paulson. That was Division 3, Emma Sinclair, Reserve Kennick Paulson. Division 4, your champion Division 4 was Avery Shawa, Reserve Chloe Rogers. And your final division, Division 5, your champion Division 5 was Morgan Kelly, and your reserve was Drew Jacobson. Just Mark Kopus, Corey Thompson going to be selecting your champion and reserve champion crossbred steers out of this selection. And once again, set your clocks 30 minutes after they select their grand and reserve champion crossbred steer. 30 minutes. I'll see you back over on the heifer side for the Supreme Heifer selection. We will then immediately roll right back into the Supreme Market Steer Drive. One more time, judges Mark Kopus, Corey Thompson talking it over. Tough decision, appears, for your champion and reserve champion crossbred steer. 30 minutes after their selection, we will see you over on the other side for the Supreme Heifer Drive. Supreme Heifer Drive, top 5 selection. We're going to walk them one more time. We'd sure like to thank all the volunteer help here today that's helped this show run so smoothly over the past couple days. That's all the judges could talk about last night at supper, was how well ran it was. Didn't have to wait one time, not one time, on an over 800 head show. They said they're not sure that's ever happened before, and that's all due to all the good help back there. They might have complained a little bit about you being in the road, but that was only because they were wanting to keep this show flowing good, and they did. Thank you to everyone involved. We're going to get a selection of a champion and reserve crossbred. And here's Judge Mark Kopus to tell us what he's thinking.
What an awesome set of steers out here. All of them out here. And I think, like I said, I guess whether you agree with Corey and I and what we did is okay if you did and okay if you didn't. But if you can't stand back and see that the pattern from where we started to where we ended up, they're different in their makeup, but they've all got that same balance and they've all kind of got the similar look, and from the start to the back they all match up, and he and I both are really proud of that. Like I said, the quality is second to none, and there's several ways you can go, and we've discussed it back and forth 3 or 4 times. There's several ways that you can go and not go wrong, and there's some give and take in what we see out here between the 5. In our opinion, it boils down to 2 cattle, these 2 young ladies' calves in the 3rd and the 4th class, and there's slight differences in them and some give and takes in how we see them, and would be in no matter who looked at them. But I think the quality of them are really, really good. I'm proud of the cattle that we got out here. I think they all are similar, and I think that's important from start to finish to maintain that. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll pick your champion reserve cross.
Donna Ruth, you need to move your vehicle immediately from in front of the foyer. Donna Ruth, please move your vehicle immediately. Your 2021 champion crossbred steer coming out of Division 4, that's Avery Shala. Your reserve coming out of Division 3, Miss Emma Sinclair. All right, what time is it? 12:18, let's say about Jenny, you want to back clear up to one or not? It's 12:18. You want to back clear up to one or not? No. So go. All right, let's go out. Just what we've been saying all day. Let's go right there at 12:50, 12:45 to 12:50. Have your heifers up here for the final Supreme Drive. Once again, 12:45 to 12:50. Please be up here with your heifers.